Ladies and gentlemen, let's play the substantially superior game. This is where Care was born, or his hatred of you was forged. Who's there? What is this? That's Ellie. On a crucifix, of course. Ellie. Yeah, I would have liked to have been able to commend you for making it here. But your efforts were all in vain. The resurrection of Deus is imminent. Sacrificing this girl will bring about the awakening of God. What are you talking about? Why does Ellie have to be sacrificed? Oh, there's no need for you to know. For all of you, it will all end here. Welcome to the boss fight we might finally cheat on. Because, yeah, it did not give me a chance to recover before this fight. I'm not even going to save state. We're just going to see how we do. Adieu, boys. Yeah. Okay, so this sucks. Throwing us right into this with no chance of healing. Oh. I can't heal. Because I don't have enough fuel to heal. Wow! And there's no recovery part. There's no recovery period. Wow. So anyways, game over. Huh. Alright, let's cheat. I'm curious. How many fights are we from the end? Let's check here. This is what we call tripping at the finish line. Scroll to the bottom. Yeah, we're really close to the end. So there's the victory lap fight, the actual last boss, the 1, 2, 3, 4 fights before that. And then there's this and 2 other fights after that. So if we're counting the 4 weaken the final bosses are all optional. And the other optional boss, which I am counting, that is 9 fights before the end of the game. Okay. That is awful. That is actually awful. Huh. Thank you for the sub, Dark Prince Revan, as always. Like, there's no avoiding this. There's no not. Oh, that's an anniversary sub. There's no getting around this. I'll put that towards that anniversary sub towards Ratchet and Clank 3, 4, and 5. Thank you very, very much, Dark Prince Revan, for 3 years of support. Can I help you? Okay, good. And let's see what Jay Palmer just put it towards. WoW. Or that is to say Warcraft, by the way, Jay Palmer. What? Hang on. You put a link in here and it completely destroyed the formatting of this. I can't read this. At all. Yeah, I actually can't read it. Secret weapons over Normandy. Hang on. Let me make sure I can get another copy of the game. LucasArts. Yeah, it is published by LucasArts. Doesn't say who developed it, though. Excuse me. Made by Totally Games, who made X-Wing and TIE Fighter. They also made Bridge Commander. That's funny. Well, since I have access to both copies of it, I suppose I cannot say no. Let me double check something here real quick. Okay. Secret weapons over Normandy. Done, I suppose. And thank you for the donation, Jay Palmer. So it's funny, Jay Palmer. So for those of you just tuning in, welcome to Cheats. Because yeah, this is awful, actually. Putting a legitimately hard fight after a fight whose entire job it is to drain you of resources is just kind of a dick move. No, for real. The first fight wasn't hard, but he had two regular things. He drains your fuel a lot, because he drains your health to 1, right? And there's only one way to restore health, which is fuel. Now, let's assume I had the more efficient fuel things. That's still going to sap my fuel and my turns, which means more damage taken, which means more health sapped after he did the 1 HP sap. So it's a resource drain, right? And then you throw us into this fight. And this fight is insane. The way this fight works is if you hit her, yeah, exactly, DZ Maven. Apparently my guide misled me on this. I know, right? Me having a bad walkthrough. More shock. Because I walked into this fight with ether defending abilities and healing abilities, but nothing told me to bring efficient healing abilities. So I brought in the wrong heals, and I cannot fight this. It's actually not possible. At a certain point, she starts getting stronger, and it becomes a DPS race. So yeah, her stats go up when she is attacked. Her stats go down when she attacks. That's your gimmick for the fight. Okay, well, all right. Cheats. That's galling. That's irritating. That's such a banal, nothing burger. Like, oh, well, I guess we'll cheat now. And it's like, yeah, we have effectively soft locked ourselves. Cool. That sucks. Yeah, I mean, if there were no cheats and no save states, then I would be saving locally, and I'd just go back and redo several things. It probably should have DZ Maven, but my luck with guides is not great. Okay, this is interesting. Oh, it's because we're on disc 2. Hang on. Yeah, I'd have to go back pretty far to accommodate for this. I could. It's something I could do, but I'd lose a decent chunk of progress because the one and only thing I really don't like about disc 2 is that it kind of forces you through events without letting you hit the menu, right? Being able to hit the menu, swap out characters, change up my equipment, etc. regularly would honestly fix most of these problems. If I could just menu right here or go refuel my gears right here, I would have no issues. We'd just go on to the next fight. If I could do that immediately before this fight, we'd have no issues. But out of curiosity, let's just see something really quick here. I'm just curious where our real save is. Yeah, there's actually a specific term for this kind of a problem. It's a walk-thritis negative. Okay, I'm not sure where this is because it just dumped me in the menu. But hang on, let's assume for a second that we're where we want to be. I wish I could sort these. What do you think, 30s or 50s, DC Payment? Well, I guess I'll go with 50s because I only have 130. Oh, okay. We'll do a 30. We'll do 130. And I'm gonna need ether defense. Yeah, here we go. Honestly, yeah, Righteous Ham. In a game that we knew less about, this would be a full-on gotcha moment of screw you. I'm gonna do all this. It's all gonna be for nothing. Find out in a second. So I don't know where this is. So where is this? Continue the game. Sure. Wait, hang on. Don't save. Continue the game. Okay, let's see where this is. Okay, so here's the cool scene, I think. He slowly kills them off. Great scene. One of my favorite scenes in the whole game, actually. Yeah. The good news is we can just fast forward through this. Okay, good news. This actually isn't that far back, thanks to fast forward. We might not have to cheat. We'll see what happens. Okay, so let's pop a big saves. Let's get several other saves here. And let's see what happens, because I still don't have access to a vendor, so I still can't actually buy anything. We may still end up cheating here, I don't know, but this first fight is such an irritant. And after a lengthy sequence of cutscenes. Unskippable cutscenes. Okay. So slightly different strategy this time. This is such a bullcrap move to use in this combat in general. Can I just say that? Just in general. Okay, so... here we go. Heal, please. fuel. Oh. Okay. We're just going to kind of go full tilt here as fast as we possibly can. This guy has a speed bump, and I'm going to treat him as such. Okay. I'm gonna not id mode again. Save on fuel. It might be a mistake. We'll see. Okay, so that went a little bit better. And we're in a little bit better position for the next fight. Still a little low on fuel and other things, but... yeah, part of the problem is I let him get off a second Fallen 1 last time, and that really sucked. Oh yeah, I walked in knowing this fight would be bad. I just didn't know it would be as bad as it is. So, hey! Blah, 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 blah. Okay, so, back to this. Alright. Really, Righteous Am? Is it one of the good ones, though? That's a real question. Okay, that does more damage than I'd like, because I didn't have the gear I wanted. Let's go ahead and heal. It's gonna take a bunch of fuel, but honestly, whatever at this point. Oh, that sucks, right? Just we're at infinity attack level. It did! Did it, like, explain it, or does it just say use this, and then this, and then this? Out of curiosity. Oh. So infinity level, among other things, lets you charge fuel very quickly. So we're going to do that for a minute. We'll wait for her to attack anyways. Yeah, here we go. Wow. Okay, then. Step on these plates in this order. Got it. Okay, let's get one big hit in. Which I can't? Well, that's interesting. You know what I should do? Let's do something stupid. Hey, Rax. You missed me basically getting soft locked on this boss. I'm sure Dakota will never let me live down the fact that the only reason I wasn't soft locked is I actually made a real save. That hurts. That one gonna hurt. Oof. Yep. Nope. That hurt. That hurt. I mean, in fairness, I actually did have another save state prior to that. It would just been more backtracking. Yeah, let's get some healing in. Out of fuel. Oh, that's not Bart. This still gets a negative. This is a hell of a soft lock point. If literally nothing else, it's a gotcha moment. Yeah, why are we still using fuel? That's actually a good question. We're really low on fuel. Let's go ahead and get him into infinity mode. He can get his fuel back. I mean, this is technically like the third soft lock we run into. Or maybe fourth. I've honestly lost track. I've been using a walkthrough and save states. Let's just charge this round. Yep, there it is. I knew it was coming. Well, this shouldn't hurt too badly. Okay, that's not too bad. They explain it later, Loke. Let me put it to you this way. They have not yet given Krellian's motivations yet. So, the answer to your question is, you don't know why Krellian is doing any of this yet. If you're wondering, the thing I'm doing right now is I'm managing my fuel. Because I am extraordinarily low on fuel on everyone. And at a certain point in the game, I'm going to have to absolutely bulldoze through here. Well, at this rate, I'm not sure we're going to beat it. Okay, so... Charging. The problem with fuel, really, is the charging. Yeah, we are on the 9th to last boss, which may not sound like a lot, but remember, 4 of those are back-to-back. So, functionally, we are at the 5th to last boss fight. Yeah, the charge mechanic is awful. What's funny is when you go into infinite mode, you charge back at about 10 times a rate. Which, I've been putting some thought into that. Is about where the rate should have been to begin with. Like, right? I do appreciate it, Pyro. Yeah, charge takes an entire turn, which, remember, is one of the most valuable resources in a game like this. A turn... Think about it in terms of action economy. A turn is a big deal, right? A turn is a huge ask from a player. Even when you have their haste, their character hasted like crazy, like Saitan over there. And getting back 30 fuel, for a bit of perspective, if I wanted to heal right now, it costs me 1,400 fuel. If I want to go to id mode, that's 1,000. My basic attacks... Whoops, shoot. I just boosted on accident. I really didn't mean to do that. I hate this menu sometimes. Okay, unbooster, please. Now I just gotta chill, because that really screwed me. Okay, so my basic attacks cost 30, 20, and 10. So at absolute most, a charge will get me back 1 heavy attack. It's worth noting that will not get me back a death blow. Death blow costs additional fuel in addition to your attack fuel. For example, one of my best death blows right now, in total, costs 70 fuel. So I would have to spend 3 turns charging to have enough fuel to do 1 death blow attack. And that death blow attack would take 2 turns to do. That is 5 turns to do 1 attack. And yeah, booster also drains several hundred fuel a turn. This is what I mean when I say charge is just fundamentally broken. Whoops, no, I want to do this. Like, the fuel system itself, honestly, is whatever. It's functionally just mana, builder spender, but the amount that charge gives back is criminal. I'm this close to being tempted to just cheating again because I am so horrifically low on mana. Fuel. Oh, hey, there's infinite. So check this out. What's stupid about this is the solution is so easy. Check this out. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and charge. And that got me back 300 mana. Which isn't great, I'm not going to lie, but is a whole lot better than 30. Right? And honestly, like, I'm starting to think maybe I should just cheat just to get past this fight, because I don't know if you noticed, she's not doing any real damage to anyone. She relies on you actually doing damage to her to do damage back to you. It's the gimmick of the fight. So if I just sit here and charge for an hour, I will eventually get my fuel back up and can actually fight her. And I could do that. I could just sit here and watch this. Watch how much damage this does. 0, 0, 748. So I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to pull a button here. We're going to do a means to an ends cheat, okay? We're going to assume I spend 10 minutes, 15 minutes. How long do you think it would take? In order to sit here and charge, because that's what I would do normally. I didn't have as many ether armors as I wanted to go ahead. So I literally couldn't go get any new ether armors. So he has what I've got. Half an hour? I don't know. Where's my gear stuff? Gear stuff, gear stuff, gear stuff. Here we go. So... okay, so... fuel? Maybe? I don't know if that worked. Fuel... fuel? I don't know if any of these worked. It's the wrong thing, it's the wrong thing. There we go, that's what I wanted. Fuel. 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 Whoa, okay, we have a lot of fuel now. I mean, that is exactly what I'd be doing. It's a good point, because we do have to heal periodically, Pro, you're right. And yeah, we would just be sitting here refueling for a very, very, very long time. I have broken reality, as is appropriate for a game like this. Okay, so let's actually think about fighting. So, first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to do the thing I would have done over that half hour that we're going to tack onto the time of this game. Ignore the fuel counters. Ignore them. They're fine. They're fine. We're also going to restart the round fresh. Let her do her AoE attack, which is going to do almost nothing. Okay. Then, just chill for a second, because I do want her to start the round over. Please? Pretty please? I don't understand that question, Elizar, so I'm going to go with pass. Like, if you don't have health, your mana doesn't matter. If you don't have mana, your health doesn't matter. So, neither of them are more important than the other. Okay. So, now we're going to be boring again. No, really. There's a strat here. I'll go ahead and get up to level 2 on him. Let me sit here. Let me sit here. Let me sit here. Let me sit here. It's pretty bad, Rax. Yeah. What's doubly awful is it's mostly made bad by the fight right before this, which is, as I mentioned earlier, designed to drain your fuel and health. And fuel. And health. And no, I mean that literally. It drains your health, the Fallen 1 attack. It drains your health because the boss just hits entirely too hard. It drains your fuel because you have to recover from that 1 health attack. And then it drains your fuel to waste burning him down as quickly as possible, because if you don't, he'll drain even more of your health. So you walk into this fight, pretty much by design, at like half fuel at best, and probably not at full health. Yeah, this ain't great, I'm gonna be honest. And the problem is, like, I get where they're going with it, but it's also really, really boring, because the whole strategy is just to sit here and get ready. I've got them at charge 2. Let's go ahead and get him up to charge 2. Notice she does nothing. Yeah, I was going to talk about this. One of the reasons I brought that FF6 comparison point is because FF6 is all about execution, right? A lot of its core story is honestly fairly basic. Evil Empire, crazy mage, blah, 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 right? Pretty basic stuff. Nothing fancy, nothing experimental, nothing out there. But the execution is very on point. This feels like the inverse of that. They have some cool, interesting ideas, and they don't know how to do them. Okay, so let's go ahead and spend some more time healing. I mean, even if you look at the character stories, most of them are fairly basic. Locke's is about accepting himself and forgiving himself and moving on from his tragic past. Tara's is about coming to grips with who she is and who she chooses to be in the absence of the person that she never got to have. Celeste is about finding some sense of stability in a world that completely robbed her of any sense of actually having a life or a sense of identity. I keep going. There's a lot of identity in FF6, actually, when you really think about it. Technically, this does actually count as a first game for a lot of the people involved. Okay, so let's pop a save state here. Let's turn off our fuel cheats. Hope that stays. I like whatever that's gonna be. Alright, so let's actually fight this boss. About 30 minutes to the counter. Okay. So... yeah, good enough. That's how that works sometimes. Alright, so let's go ahead and do a big hit. She doesn't actually have that much health, which is a saving grace in all of this. We still have to be a little careful, believe it or not. So I'm actually going to still do that. I'm still going to be a little cautious here. Because I can take... oh, shoot, it reset my fuel. Do you see that? It reset my fuel all the way down. I think we overflowed. Okay, hang on. I'm going to turn the fuel cheat back on. I don't actually want to, but I think I have to. Sorry. It's okay, it's okay. We'll figure that out afterwards. The problem is there's no way to pass a turn without, you know, charging. No, cheat flag is not on. This is not cheating. I know that sounds strange. This is saving time. I could, everyone knows this, I could just sit here and do this the normal way for the next 40 minutes. You all know I could do that. I know I could do that. It is not worth anyone's time. Okay, so, now let's actually go ahead and start doing some real attacks. Like I said, she doesn't have that much health. This, ironically, should not take long. What I would have probably done? I mean, the first thing I would have done is I would have had your gears healed in between fight, or at least give the player the chance to hit the menu and heal the gears themselves in between fights, something like that. But rather than have her defense and her attack go up every round, have it so that just her attack goes up every round. Because the strategy here is more or less mandated, right? You have to attack, wait. Okay, attack, wait. And it becomes a red light, green light boss. If you decide to make it so it just improves her attack, that gives the player options. If they have the gear, if they have the healing, if they have the setup, they can just hang with the attacks that are coming and dig into her. And it's a gradient, too. Rather than attacking once, maybe you attack twice, maybe you attack 3 times, maybe do a full combo. That's up to you and how much you can endure. But because her defense goes up each time you attack her, it diminishes the possibility of doing that. Instead, it's just hit once, wait. Chrono Trigger did that, Pyro, if you remember. To good effect, actually. Oh. Pretty much now I gotta wait, because her defense has gone up too much. So we're gonna chill for a minute. This is also a fight that punishes you for using Booster, not just because of the obvious fuel problem, but because you need her to take an action to lower her defense. Okay, so. I was actually thinking of the Retinite fight. But yeah, actually, Mammoth Machine is a similar concept. I think we'll risk a second attack. Ooh, do you see that? I think she's in phase 2. I think that means we need to start going. Yep. Yep, okay. Time to start going. Hello, cat. Yeah, did you notice that that actually raised her attack instead of lowered it? So this is the DPS race. See you around, J. Palmer. Ooh, she's using that way more often now. What? Okay. Have scritches. Oh yeah, that's gonna hurt in a hurry. I'm gonna id. I'm just gonna start getting combos in. We're in a hurry. Okay, we're good. We're good. Physical attacks raise its defense. Water attacks lower its defense, Metashunryu. So, there's a thing. My, aren't we powerful? Okay, let's turn off that. So I don't have to deal with that nonsense ever again. Okay. Oof. Well then, let's start over from the beginning again. You think you can beat me this time? What the? Thought I defeated you. Unless you can decompose her atomic structure, you don't stand much of a chance. Normal attacks are futile against one who has the ability to regenerate using nanomachines. Son. Now the time has come for the Great Awakening. What the? My body feels like it's being torn apart. It is our Omnigears? It's pulling me in. What's going on? Huh? Hey, is that our Omni? No, that's not it. Our anima relics? Is it trying to detach the anima relics from the Omnigears? Yeah, already did. Because it's swallowing up our anima relics. Relics. What's going on? My Omnigear won't move. It's like it's dead. This is the true meaning of the anima relics. To attain the respective animus and return to the persona. The anima relics are really one set of the parts that make up Deus, the physical manifestation of God. They regain their original powers or functions by aligning themselves with their destined partner. An Omnigear that has lost its respective anima relic is but a puppet. It becomes a mere vessel, or container, in which there are no contents. And this girl too was destined to become one with God. See, Elhaim is really one of the parts of God as well. What the hell are you talking about? Put simply, you serve to help bring all the parts of God together here. For me. You're a bunch of stupid fools. It's as if you're all clowns. You believe the legend of how our world and the universe was created, but the Ministry and I fabricated that very myth a long time ago to suit our purposes. It's a lie. How can that be true? I think you'll find that your friends' Omnigears are all dead too. I'm talking about your friends who split up and took a different path than you into this place. They were all parts of God that were disassembled in the past, but once again, they're all gathered here. Yes, it is indeed time for the resurrection of God. What's it all for? Everything I've done up until now. Ramses? It's just you. What are you doing here, Care? What about me? My existence? What was its purpose? Oh, there was only one purpose to your existence. To eliminate Emperor Cain. Cain's will had become too much like that of the humans. He was too concerned about them. He had forgotten his mission to revive God. That's why you were created. You were only made to remove our main hindrance, Cain. But as the original living being, Cain had absolute power. To make you turn on Cain, it was necessary to focus your mind on a single point. However, being an artificial life form, you were mentally unstable. That's why we used phase existence. Resentment. That's the source of your strength. And you have excelled superbly at fulfilling our expectations of you. But we no longer have any more use for you. Haven't you realized that yet? You're a piece of trash. And being the reject that you are, why don't you just leave? What was I born for? What was I living for? A pathetic excuse for a life. Like you aren't even human. Now, what to do with the lot of you? Well, I can't just kill you all, seeing as you've served me so well. So as a reward, I'll allow you to be sacrificed too, to be assimilated into Deus along with this girl. Ramses? Good. This is how I wanted it, Care. I am fated so as not to be able to kill myself. Now, all my wishes have come true thanks to you. Young? Rawr! I mean, I knew Ramses was into older ladies, but jeez. Too bad we missed the action. Our Omnigears gave out on the way here. Now, let's hurry up and save Ellie. Yes, I know. Ellie, my arms are tired. Hang on. Get you down. Yeah, different sprite, which makes sense. Thanks, Ramses. So, Myong's a body hopper. And has been for a very, very long time. They actually hinted at this earlier. There was a scene where Karen, Faye's mother, walked in, but she wasn't acting like Karen. And Carolyn flat out said, "Huh? You already switched bodies?" And she said, "Yeah, the old one got too old for me." And that's all they said about it. Faye, you hang in there. She took my gun. Why did you do that, Ellie? Ellie, what happened to you? How could you? Don't tell me she's been brainwashed. Oh, it has nothing to do with brainwashing. The majority of my body is comprised of a nanomachine colony. Not only for longevity, but to unify with the mother. So don't be surprised. This much damage can be recovered rather quickly. Unify with the mother? Yeah, that girl, Elhaim, is our mother. Yes, I am the mother of all humans. Ellie? What are you babbling on about? Snap out of it, Ellie. You're as dense as usual. But I don't blame you. So be it. I'll explain to you all about it. This Deus, the one you call God, is an interplanetary invasion weapons system that was built in ancient times by humans from another planet. It was created as an automatic weapon, which could act on its own will to take control of a targeted planet. But you should have known this much from looking at the Raziel records. Anyway, during a test run, Deus became uncontrollable. It released its power and annihilated a whole planet. The creators of Deus found its immeasurable power to be too much of a threat, and hence forcibly shut it down. In order to analyze the cause of the problem, its core was dismantled and placed on an interplanetary immigrant passenger ship to be transported to another planet. Becoming aware of this, the disassembled Deus resisted. It tried to take over the passenger ship that was transporting it. However, as a last line of defense against the escape of Deus, its creators unexpectedly destroyed the whole ship, sending it crashing to this planet. Opening cinematic. Deus knew it would not be able to get away from the explosion or the imminent impact, so it detached its core from the Zohar power reactor. Zohar? Yeah, Zohar. It's what drives all the gears on the planet. It's the master generator that transmits its energy to the slave generators in our gears. It's also the source of all the ether power that inhabitants of this planet utilize. So yeah, it's the thing that powers all gears and all magic. Side note, to my knowledge, the game itself never actually goes into this, but if you ever wondered how Graf can power up people in gears, this is how. He put very, very simply, he widens the pipeline for how much power a given gear can draw off of the Zohar. Anyways. It's also the source of all the ether. Oh, I already read that. By utilizing the energy displacements caused by actualizing potential future phenomenon, this Zohar modifier has the ability to produce infinite amounts of energy. Source of all our ether power. Are you saying all our energy comes from that one power reactor or engine? Yes, but there's more. The core that was detached from Zohar, the biological computer Katamoni, crashed into this primitive planet. It activated Persona, its life support plant that can generate organic material. Using this, it prepared for itself a genetic-based system for the day when Deus would be resurrected. Thus, the first humans were created from there. Emperor Cain and the elders of the Gazelle Ministry. Are you saying the Emperor and them Gazelle geezers were people born from Deus? Do you know why the Gazelle Ministry desired the anima relics in your bodies? Well, here's the reason. Before becoming human, the bodies of the Ministry were once part of the organic elements in the core circuitry that made up Deus. There were two types of organic elements. The female type was anima, while the male type was animus. They were also created with the added ability to become mobile weapons by merging with machinery that was suited for use as terminal interface weapons for Deus. In other words, those Omnigears you were using one such form of weapons. The Ministry, which were animus, were to become one again with their separated anima at the time of the resurrection of God. But in a war, 500 years ago, they all lost their physical bodies. It was then they decided to extract their own genetic factor from certain individuals of their human descendants who carried the appropriate sets of DNA. Also, each of them could become one with their respective anima again. Descendants? Then we're all... Yes, you humans are all descendants of Cain and the Gazelle Ministry. They were born from the Persona, gave birth, and propagated. They followed their inbuilt program to someday resurrect the heavily damaged Deus. All the people in the world were created solely to resurrect Deus? Yeah. Yes, but it wasn't just to restore its old body. More than half of Deus is constructed of biological parts. Do you remember those mutated humans? Those are all people who were destined to become replacement parts for Deus. The humans are parts for God? I would not call that thing God. It is, in fact, a major narrative point that I've noticed some people in analysis miss, that one of the major points here is that Deus is not God. Lowercase g is an important aspect here. She literally just said it. It's a weapon built by people that went out of control, crash-landed on the planet, and has been doing things for 10 millennia. That's it. That's all. Yes, almost all the people are destined to become parts for Deus. But you people gathered here are all different. You could say you escaped that destiny by existing through multiple generations. Actually, pause really quick. A lot of people, bemoan the fact that Xenogears is a dead franchise for a lot of reasons. If I could add my own personal take on that, the thing that actually bothers me the most is that we never know what led to these events or what was going to come from these events. So, to explain that a little bit, obviously we already talked that this is episode 5, right? Why did they feel the need to build Deus? Why did it escape their control? How'd they manage to bring it back under their control? And, well, honestly, I can just stop there, really. But I've got one more question. What the hell has the intergalactic society been doing over the last 10 millennia? That's a long freaking time. And there's no way they don't know that the ship went down around this planet. And yeah, these questions will probably never be answered. We do know there was going to be something about going back to Earth, the other Earth, obviously. We do know that there was going to be some relevance of Deus in several of these stories, and that's kind of it, honestly. Like, there's not a lot else. There's a few little details, like we know that, for example, the Federation, I referred to it earlier, the Galactic Federation, actually took tremendous losses bringing down Deus when it went after that one planet. We know the name of the planet. I don't remember right now. Don't ask me. It's like 1138 or something like that. And we know a few other little details and tidbits. Oh, yeah, that's another thing. What the hell was Deus after? This is another thing that's going to come up in 6. Like, Deus wanted something, and it wanted something from Earth. But what and why? Who knows? I mean, 10 millennia is a really, 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 really long time. Look, I hate to keep emphasizing that point. I swear I'm not hammering that point in. But Jesus Christ, what have they been doing for 10,000 years that they have never even stumbled onto this planet, right? Now, the obvious answer would be that they have. Maybe they're watching it. Homeworld, if you get the reference. But it's entirely possible, and this is a theory I've had for years, and I'm sure several other people have as well, that the Federation, don't know what, don't know why, but something just woofed it away. And there was a galactic level extinction event. Who knows? Anyways. They did mention the Ark thing. I saw that, Wrecker's Beard. That doesn't make sense compared to some other things they mentioned, unless it's referencing something I'm not remembering. It was the Brethren Moons. No! Yeah, see, that exactly right, just that. Maybe the reason they needed this ridiculously powerful super weapon was to deal with whatever it is that they couldn't and didn't. And yeah, if you remember, so Xenosaga is not Xenogears, Dividing Line, etc., but we do know that Xenosaga references ideas from the same source material, right? A lot of Xenosaga and Xenoblade's ideas come from the ideas they wanted to put in Xenogears and never could. And from that, we can kind of reverse engineer a little bit, right? So in Xenosaga, humanity ain't doing great, right? Obviously, there's the Gnosis and everything to do with that. But there's this whole thing, collective unconsciousness. I just realized I shouldn't talk about this. But you get the idea. It is entirely possible that that's the direction they were going with, right? If that's true, though, why was this planet exempted from that? Because that should be a universal phenomenon. So, question marks. Either way, it's just all some interesting, fascinating stuff that we will probably never learn the answers to. I hope, this is morbid, I hope that the duo, Sagara and Takahashi, if I'm saying his name right, if they ever sit down and, you know, are getting out of the business or getting close to retirement or whatever, I hope they sit down and they write out their original notes and just put it out there, you know? Don't let those story ideas die with you. That happens too much as is. It may not even be satisfying, but at least we'll know, right? That would be funny, Pyro. Yes, Myung, the woman whose we've seen this whole time, she's the original woman, the one we saw at the very, 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 very beginning. There's some details I noticed they haven't gone into yet. In fact, there are, 2 major plot points they haven't mentioned yet. So I'm kind of staying quiet about those. but the woman you saw in the opening cinematic is the woman who just body hopped into Ellie. Ahem. So, you could say you escaped that destiny by existing through multiple generations. In actuality, there wasn't enough parts for Deus, but Krelian compensated for what was lacking. The reduction in the number of parts was due to humans living through multiple generations, but that deficiency in the human factor is made up of other nanomachines created by Krelian. Not only that, but his nanomachines added additional functions. Deus has thus evolved into the perfect weapon. Hello, DeCastus. Or, sorry, Robert. Hello, DeCastus. Well, she has purple hair, Czar. If I'm not mistaken, she's actually the only one who has purple hair in the whole game. Correct me if I'm wrong on that. Ellie, what happened? Why do you know all that? Hey, I know you're stupid, but try to keep up. I am Myong, the Keeper of Time, the representative of our god, Deus. Also, this is just my own personal take on this, but I've always viewed Myong as Deus. Myong is the sentience, for lack of a way to put it, the intelligence behind Deus. I know she talks about herself like she's an avatar, and I know that there can be some disconnect there, but in my mind, this is the closest thing we have to Deus as a character. I was born to guide the people toward the path of resurrection of Deus. It's ridiculous. Myong was just... You're limited in your ability to understand. Myong's factor exists within all women. The one who transcends the generations, the caretaker of humans. That's a good way to put it, the software to the hardware. When the previous one dies, somewhere another Myong is awakened. It's programmed into all women's DNA to be that way. Could you do me a huge favor and, like, respond to the post? Like, just put a comment in that post for that to cast. It makes it way easier to keep track of paperwork-wise. Please, and thank you. Who inherits the duty is just a matter of probability, Faye. That Myong over there and I are the same existence. We're all parts of Deus. All caretakers of humans. Let us end this discussion now. Deus has awakened. I am one of the parts that composes Deus, hence I must become one with it. Ellie, why did it have to be you? Myong is a part for Deus. Why did it not happen earlier? Well, it's still not enough for her to just have awakened. Although she may be Myong, she isn't the true Myong. The true Myong? Let's go, Krelian. All that's left to do is vanquish this planet's civilization and return it to how it was. Then I can complete my unification with the final fragment of Deus, the Zohar Modifier. The power reactor that fell on this planet and became our genesis, and now... our apocalypse. The eradication of civilization? What is the purpose of doing that? Who knows? The creations of God will someday be a hindrance. That's why they must be eliminated. I'm just programmed to act in this way. Come. It's time for the awakening of the true mother. Please, wait, Ellie. Farewell, Faye. May you have a peaceful awakening. Yeah, by the way, Krelian predates Armstrong. I'm just saying. Same exact idea, by the way. I've been thinking about this whole time. I think this is actually my favorite song of the game. There's one other song I really like. Spoilers, it's one of the last boss songs. I'm not sure which. I'll point it out when we get there. So Faye, leaps in, only endanger ourselves. Let's get out of here for now. You know what really irritates me personally, Blow Felix? I actually really like Armstrong as a character. I think he's fascinating. I did a whole video on him just because I found him that interesting. Guess how many of the comments on that video were just memes? Thank you, DeCastus. Save current data. Okay. Anyway, so you know that 90% of the world that's dead? Yeah, now it's like 98% or whatever. Bad things have happened, yo. Continue the game. Wait! Yeah, so we were talking a while ago, yes, Dream Whisperer, about how dark this game is, and I had to just clamp my mouth shut because I was going to reference the events that you just saw happen with, like, the annihilation of most life on the planet. Because someone actually mentioned FF2, and I was just like, yep, no parallels there. Yeah, I don't think we're ever given specifics of the population of the Earth at this point, but yeah, 4-digit and the highest. Easy. Easy. God, the interplanetary invasion weapon Deus, has awakened and its arc, Merkava, was activated. Deus began to absorb one after another the mutated people destined to be its parts, while the non-mutated would eventually only become a threat to it, to exterminate us and our civilization. It set into action. The planet's surface was devastated by Merkava and the weapon born out of it called the Seraph Angels. You know, I do too, Speaker. I mentioned that even in the document. I'm kind of in favor of this presentation. The only thing I don't like about it is the frickin' swinging necklace over there. While pursuing the newly awakened Deus, we chanced upon Faye, whose whereabouts had been hitherto lost, along with his gear Veltal, discovered together at the place where Merkava was originally located. We were overjoyed by Faye's return, but it was short-lived. For some unknown reason, Faye was found in a state of suspended animation. He did not regain consciousness. People of Shevat and we ourselves feared a relapse of Faye's, id's power, and had no choice but to put Faye into carbonite freeze. Nuch Veda! Oh. Sorry. Yeah, we had a live stream dive moment. Yeah, a lot of people theorize that Gears was supposed to happen after Xenosaga 4. But the Xenosaga series is such a jumbled mess made by so many different people who were actively not coordinating with each other. So, how much of that is valid gets kind of iffy. One moment, please. Yeah, the one thing we know fairly definitively is this is episode 5 of a cohesive work. I mentioned that at the very beginning. This is not a New Hope situation. They actually really did intend this to be episode 5. Yeah, exactly, Pyro. It's all just like I said, it's kind of a reverse engineering thing. I have no idea. Oh, sorry. Whoops. Hello, cat. Where did you come from? Why did they start at 5? I don't know. You would have to ask them. Yeah, we do get bits and pieces of what could clearly be in episode 1 through 4 in Gears. Now, would we ever get the episode 6? Who knows? Your Majesty, why do the people of Shevat fear Faye so much? You and Graf and Id's power are comparable. It is not that we fear him. We fear the error we ourselves committed. And now we are simply trying to put a lid on it. The error that you committed yourselves. Shevat instigated a battle 500 years ago to gain our independence from Solaris. However, we became overcome with the lust for power. Fearing the war-torn people's will would no longer be with Shevat, with the Nisan Mother, and that the people would assemble under Sophia, the Council of Elders of Shevat back then made a deal with Solaris. A deal? Yes. At the time, Solaris, or the Gazelle Ministry to be exact, were at odds with a woman who held the real power behind the scenes. Would that happen to have been Myong? Most probably it was. Fearing the increasing power of the masses assembling in Nisan, the Gazelle Ministry schemed to hand over to us their antagonist, Myong, and promised a division of the rulership over the Earth's surface. Gallons per second. It's just there's a fire hose. Ugh. But in exchange, we had to give them the rebel army that had assembled in Nisan, and also their patron, Sophia. The leaders of Shabbat accepted. And it was decided that Nisan would be the location of the final decisive battle with Solaris. Shabbat did not participate in that battle. Thwarted by the awesome numbers of the Solarian army and with their path of retreat cut off, the Nisan rebel army ran out of options and was destroyed. Caught up in the middle of all this was Lacan, Bart's ancestor Roni, myself, and Krelian. You were also there? Yes. Surrounded on all sides, we were prepared to die. And then the rebel force's flagship appeared with Sophia on board. She sacrificed herself so as to create a path for our retreat. Sophia's ship headed straight after the enemy's main ship on a suicide attack. Flashing lights warning, Jesus! Ah! Let's get squint a little bit here. That is deeply unpleasant. Oh. Thanks to Sophia's sacrifice, we were able to survive. However, her death forever changed the fate of 2 men. Krelian, who followed closely under her as leader of the Nisan sect's military, completely lost faith after calling out to a god that would not respond. I will create God with my own hands, were the last words he uttered before he disappeared. And Lacan, he resented himself for not having the power to do anything while she died in front of him. So he began to search for the legendary power. Legendary power? God's resting place, Mahanan, the source of divine wisdom, Raziel, and the anima relics which were created by that very wisdom. Besides these, there's one more legend, and that is Zohar. Zohar is the same name as the Zohar modifier, the power reactor that Myong spoke of, saying it was the infinite energy source of God, Deus. What she claimed is also the source of our ether powers, the driving force of all our gears. In case you missed it 5 minutes ago. It would have to be one and the same thing. It is the place that contains the ultimate source of this world's power. It is said that only he who has correct destiny will be able to discover its location. Losing all faith in humanity, Lacan sought after its power. Lacan became Graf, and the world collapsed. This tragedy happened because of the people's lust for power. Must take part of the responsibility for not having been able to stop it. And now Faye, the one who has the same power as Graf. We just wanted to seal up that dreadful power that arose from our own sinful deeds. Graf, the man once known as Lacan, sought after the power of Zohar, the one who had the same power as Graf, Faye. Had this premonition that Faye too would awaken and seek out that power, and that presentiment became reality. Power. Look. It is not a power you would learn from a Jedi. Reality will destroy you and crush you to dust, unless you have the power to push back against it. Listen, the Jedi are taking over. Also, I'm guessing you've never seen the FF9 theater, right, Sam? As I voice about 30 characters in that. Where am I? Ooh. am I? This is my memory? Doc. Art? Rico. Billy. Ooh. Wiseman. Wrath. Everyone. My memories. Ellie? Mother? Who are you? I'm surprised. That's pretty clever. You are id? I misjudged you. I didn't expect you, the fake personality, to create a fourth persona. Fourth persona? He can't feel anything. He's just shut up inside your ego. The pressing facts and truth you won't face. You're afraid of them, so you desire to completely shut yourself off from the outside world. So you formed a fourth persona, a fourth Fae. The name doesn't matter. He's the one on the stage, the one who's in control of our body. It's a useless form of resistance. Come with me. Wait, what are you doing? He has the key. I merely want to borrow it. I've got to go somewhere. Are you coming too? Come on, guys. Eat up. Haven't been able to get this kind of food around here lately, have you? Well, it's also due to my business savvy. What's wrong, Lacan? You look kind of down. What's bothered you? Are you worried about something? It's nothing. I'm just thinking about painting Sophia. I don't know why I agreed to do her portrait. Sophia? You mean your childhood friend who's the holy mother of your son? She's not really a childhood friend. I just made her acquaintance at the monastery near my home when I was a child. She went to the clinic there for convalescence. She was frail. So, what are you worried about painting her for? She does not wish herself to become a symbol of her sect. Actually, it seems she wasn't interested in having her portrait painted at first. When she heard I would be the painter, she turned around and agreed. I don't understand. I see. She must like you. She must like you, excuse me. What are you talking about? Well, that's how women are, right, Krellian? Hey, Krell. Huh? What's up? You're not having any. Ready to eat. Oh, yeah. The Holy Mother of the Sun, huh? What? You ought to offend divine providence or something, Lacan? Cut it out. It's not like that. What? Oh god, water. Okay. Sophia first showed me that books are the best way to calm the heart. And now I'm hooked on reading. You could say I'm hooked on phonics. I'm not trying to brag, but I've learned a lot of things I never knew before. Lately I've been reading this. What is it? Something I borrowed from Melkor. It's about a form of molecular engineering, nanotechnology. I believe it's a book found in the ancient ruins of the Zeboian civilization. The copy is someone's research report, but it's incomplete. I think there are even more wonderful things written in it, but we'll never know now. What's wrong? You don't look so good. Lately you've seemed melancholy almost every day. Something happened? I don't know. I just can't paint right now. Sorry, but do you mind if we stop here for today? I see. It's not good to push yourself too hard. Why don't you rest up for a little while? I'll have Krellian take you. Even so, there was a time when I did some pretty vicious things. Brilliant? These guy's a Boy Scout. I lashed out at random. Everyone around me feared me. Even my friends. I lived a life surrounded by people who looked at me with fear in their eyes. She was the only one who wasn't afraid of me. She would just smile. Peace of mind. She was the one who taught me what that was and how I could receive it. She taught me how to live as a human. What are you doing, Lacan? Oh, it's you, Caroline. I was thinking I'd stop painting the portrait. Why stop now? But it's the circumstances. I shouldn't be painting her at a time like this. Eventually, she too must stand at the front lines, so... Is that really the problem? Lacan? Her smile, it's killing me. The more she smiles at me, the more I feel my very being becoming insignificant. Inside my heart, there's this empty existence. Other than painting, I have no worth. Yet she continues to accept my presence. I feel like I'm getting smaller and smaller. I didn't have this feeling in the beginning. I just wanted to paint her one more minute, one more second longer. I wanted to keep on painting forever, but suddenly I couldn't. As the picture neared completion, the empty part of me started to manifest itself in my brushstrokes. I was meant to paint her as she really is, but this picture is my own self. My empty self has begun to appear within there. So I've got to stop now that the picture's about 90% complete. Your own self. You're just running away. You can't bear it when she smiles at you. By painting her portrait, you notice the gap between your inner emptiness and her inner abundance. And you could not fill that gap. That's why you're quitting the painting. You're refusing her. Even so, you still can't bring yourself to leave her, can you? In spite of that, why is it she continues to smile at you? You who can't accept her feelings. You who won't accept her feelings. Tell me why. If it was me who was receiving such feelings. You're neglecting yourself too much. Aren't you kinder to yourself, mistress? Is this really her true expression? Yeah. People don't know her that well, I guess. Smile. I don't know. The smile in this picture is somehow different from the one she usually shows us. I realize Lacan's feelings are in there, but I don't think she's ever opened herself up and shown her inner self to others like this before. You've been painting such a beautiful expression of Sophia. I just can't see the reason why you want to stop. Beautiful? Get it. This picture? It's anything but beautiful. Lacan, you say you're empty, then why do you come along with us? What we've been doing up until now are not just acts of mercy. The fight for freedom. Time and again you've been through life-threatening situations with us. A man who has nothing in his heart couldn't do that kind of thing, right? I mean, if the pay's good. Roni, you're giving me way too much credit. As long as you do something to keep yourself occupied, you can ignore the hollowness inside. From the beginning, my very existence itself was an emptiness. It wouldn't matter if I were to die right now. You live, you die, that's all. Pessimistic as usual, Lacan, and now you're lying. It's just that you're not good at expressing your own feelings. You're not empty. She knows that. That's why she shows you only you her true smile. I don't deserve to see her true smile. She is the hope of a people, their support. There's so much more for her to do. Why would she open her heart to a mere artist like me? Bro! Bro! What's up, Sabin? I mean, Renee. Hey, bro, what are you doing here? What's up? The Council of Elders of Shavat issued a decision. Tomorrow we leave for Soylent. Soylent? That's in Solaris. Yes, and Sophia will be coming with us. That's ridiculous. The refugees are still increasing. We can't afford to have Sophia leave Nasan. And going to Soylent? That's plain foolish. That's too dangerous. What are the elders thinking? No, it wasn't the council's wish. It was Sophia's will. It appears she expressed this desire herself. Yeah, by the way, Roni and Renee are the middle names of Edgar and Sabin in FF6, if you didn't know that. That can't be. What is she thinking? Originally, we talked about it just being us. Just us? Sophia. Sophia. Lacan, what are you doing? You keep back. I knew we couldn't leave Sophia in your care. I'll protect her. Even if it cost me my life. Why don't you get some rest, Crow? You haven't slept since the day before yesterday, have you? You shouldn't do that to yourself. I don't know, I tend to love chicken walkers over in MechWarrior. I'm fine, it's not a problem. Look, I'll watch over her, you go sleep. What will we do if you fall ill? Don't forget you're the head of the sect's military forces. Okay, I suppose you're right. That's much more horrifying, Pyro. Admittedly, ATSTs are fine, although I prefer ATPTs. And ATATs are top, I'm just saying. Ellie, I'm so sorry. It was my misjudgment that did this to you. I was terrified. It was like you could see right through me. Your eyes, that look. It was me that was being reflected back in your eyes. I was looking at myself, on this painting myself, and I couldn't stand it. So that's why. Oh, Ellie, what in the heavens did you find inside of me? When you wake up, I think I'll ask you that. At second thought, no. No, I don't want to burden you with my concerns. Besides, I wouldn't be able to ask you. One look in your eyes and I can't say a thing. I wouldn't even be able to tell you how I feel. You are the sweetest person. Ellie? You are someone who cannot bear to see others hurt by your own actions. So you hold everything in and bear all the burden. If you get hurt in the end, you think that's fine. That's what I like about you. Stop, don't say that. If you become just another human, everyone will... Humans aren't all that frail, you know. You don't need a symbol whose just appearances only. I believe that if you have light in your heart, you can overcome any hardship. What I've been doing is simply showing people that such light exists in the hearts of everyone. I'm just a woman. To fulfill my womanhood, I'm prepared to throw away everything, even this position. I'm just playing the role of Sophia, but I'm still me. I haven't changed. Cowardly, selfish crybaby. I'm still the same. Could you live a lie like that and still be happy? I don't want to do that. Oh, Lacan, I want to live more honestly with myself. To be able to tell the man that I love that I do love him, and I don't care if I get hurt or rejected. You only have one life. I don't want to turn around later and regret not having done such things. Hey. You think that I'll let it end here? We're not their possessions. Ah! Damn it! Sophia, what are you doing? Oh, Krellian is extremely single-minded. I'm ending this. You won't need to fight anymore. So, Krellian, please, open your fist. With your open hand, gently hold the people who will continue to live. Don't be foolish. We'll help you escape, so please stop. Thank you, Lacan. But sorry. There's no other way. Ellie! Flicker, 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 flicker. People support each other to live. It's what brings us happiness. So share that happiness and please, Lacan, live. If I'm being honest, I was kind of hoping for a pause point. Little did I know, there are no pause points. There actually is. We're just not there yet. Yeah, that's probably what killed the Ministry. We were sacrificed as pawns in order to protect their own authority. Sophia was... Is this the ideal world we've been searching for? What have we been doing? Heading towards Sophia's ideals? Is this our salvation? This isn't fair. Sophia was sacrificed for those bastards. Sophia said if you just have faith in the path to what you hope for will open. But look at reality. God didn't answer our prayers. Is that because we didn't have faith? Even if we didn't have faith, Sophia did, so why did she have to be sacrificed? Is he just not there? Maybe God never even existed to begin with. So there's this thing... Okay, never mind. Faith in God. Do not look for it on the outside, for it's something one must build from within oneself. I see. That's it! God, this is just in our world. Then I will create God with my own hands. Krellian. Sophia, please guide me. I will destroy all such false pretenses of love for you. Uh-huh. We need to gather all our surviving comrades. We'll never beat them if we fight them individually. Let's create a country that can one day stand up against them. What are you going to do, Lacan? I've been thinking about becoming Darth Vader. Yeah, I have an idea. Let's make a country. Sorry. So remember how I mentioned the speedrun guide shows how long all of this is? So assuming you're mashing through, this is 58 minutes. You can make a religion out of this. And I'm not mashing, I'm reading out loud. Well, me you had power. You could have saved her. Yeah, time to make lunch. Actually, the usage of auto-A controllers is a hotly contested thing amongst the speedrunner communities. So much so that it's actually caused the division of entire communities. As in, like, they've broken down because of it. You want it, don't you? Unrivaled power. Don't you want to become the absolute being? There. That's what I have sought after. Honestly, I think we should just take turbo controllers case by case. That's my take. In some cases, it's a clear and obvious advantage, and that should be eyebrowed. Mega Man, right? But in some cases like this, Auto-A doesn't really convey much of an advantage. It's mostly just letting you rest your hand. That's not what I want. No, this is my very desire. I want to kill everyone and everything. I'll create a monument. Sorry. So this is where Faye is being held. He deserves it. Let me pray on his weeping face as if he were an idol. As if I would. Oh, sorry. Gotta remember Dan's voice. Yeah, what is this? This is terrible. Yeah, of all people to not mutate, Dan. No matter what, this is going way too far. He's still alive? How could you possibly be? You're human too, aren't you? Darn. Faye. Oh, Faye. Crying. Huh? Midori, it's you. Whew. Don't scare me like that. Crying? Who's crying? You mean our friend Faye is crying? Angry. Hurt. He'll wake up soon. It's calling him. What do you mean? Oh, what the? No! My beetle stuff! Eh? Damn, Midori. Run. Hurry, run away. Yikes! Or I guess I say, yikes! Oh my gosh, he's ripping my head off. Now he's beating me to death. He broke through his carbonite encasing. Faye took his gear Veltal and went in search of Zohar. We followed Faye's trail. Eventually we arrived at the location where Zohar had fallen to Earth so very long ago. Nothing could have prepared us for what we were about to see there. It was the most horrifying, most terrifying, most increasingly destructive thing ever, yes. I don't know where to go with this joke. There's actually a lot of directions I could take it. More cutscenes. Oh, hey. Alright, hang on. Alright. Hold up. Okay. So first a negative. Let's get that out of the way. To be clear, this is what I like to mentally think of as the Metal Gear Solid 4 negative. I like Metal Gear Solid 4. Really, I do. But, there are long swaths of that game where the game just vomits exposition on you. I'm sorry, Cat. I'm sorry. You okay? You okay? What's funny is Metal Gear Solid 4 actually has really good gameplay, too. It's so frustrating. I don't remember if it's cutscenes are skippable. Hmm. That's true. Cool thoughts. Okay, so 4 does have skippable cutscenes. Well, what we just... Okay, so let's start with the Myong section. For what it's worth, that's my favorite part of the entire plot. Or, more accurately, my second favorite. We haven't gotten to my favorite part yet. Um, I know it's a cliche, and I kind of don't care. I like the idea of, we must find God. Yeah, it's a supercomputer. And I know, it's been a cliche since the 60s. I get that. I just don't care. I like the idea, and I like the execution of it. Um, I like the presentation of the super weapon Death Doom. Right? I like... There's a layer of this we haven't gotten into yet, but I like the idea that all human society in this world for millennia has all been just for something so banal. I think Righteous Ham mentioned this earlier as a side mention. This whole game and its entire history of this world is just a side quest from Deus's perspective. This is a speed bump on its way to doing whatever the hell it's actually going off to do, whatever it actually wanted back on Lost Jerusalem, um, which is amusing. I don't want to spoil, but for those of you who've seen the recent She-Ra show, that, right? And yeah, Chrono Trigger is another similar example to this. I tend to like this kind of plot beat. Yeah, it is a tragic irony. But what I love most about this is something we haven't quite delved into yet, which is the fact that, everyone's like, oh, we are puppets for this purpose, and everyone's already kind of pushing back against that. It's not quite fighting fate, which is something I admittedly find completely disinteresting. It's more some entity, some uncaring asshole wants us to be A, and we're pushing back against that with B. And there's something compelling about that, which honestly I probably shouldn't have to explain, really, when you get down to it, because when you define it that way, it's pretty applicable in an everyday sense. And yeah, gods tend to be dicks. Lore shock. And then Riker screwed. So let's see. So we're going to give that core plot element a double. It's an engaging, interesting, fun plot, and I do like it. I'm also going to give, of all things, an internal continuity positive. Clearly a lot of thought and effort was put into making sure some of these threads connected with each other well and properly across a fairly lengthy set of story. I'm also leaning towards... That's true, Meta Shinryu. You're absolutely right. I'm one of those weirdos who likes the story of Breath of Fire 2. Like, BoF 2 is a very problematic game. But at its fundamental core, if you get rid of all of the bad game design decisions, walkthroughitis problems, and irritating frustrations and overly horniness, what you have at its core is a story about how much people can just have to fight in an everyday sense against this overwhelmingly apocalyptic event, right? For those of you who haven't played it, BoF 2 is dark, just really dark. And the more you analyze it, the darker it is. There's a lot of really unpleasant things going on in that world. One of the techniques that the fake religion uses is they deliberately, teach people that there's this god, Saint Eva, who is going to take care of them and watch after them, protect them. And then they do. They actually provide resources. They actually take care of people. They actually heal people. They actually do good works. Then they kidnap some of those followers and torture them to death. slowly. And it has to be slow. You know why? Because those people, as they are slowly starving to death in a cell, are begging and pleading and praying to God, Saint Eva, for salvation. And all of that energy feeds into Saint Eva. That's messed up. And that's the kind of story Breath of Fire 2 is. Sorry for talking about that. It's just, I honestly feel there's a bit of relevance to that in this, right? Oh, it's messed. It's extremely messed. And not to spoil too much, because I'm already drifting a little bit, but BoF 3 concludes that story arc brilliantly. My favorite part about BoF 3, actually. I'm going to do at least one of the optional missions, the lighthouse. Yeah, Cain was an interesting example. Let's just stop there for now. Okay, so let me check the walkthrough. Let's set a big save here. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, so it looks like Billy. I don't want Billy. Hang on. No, no, wait! Wait! Is it sad that one of my favorite characters in this game is, just officially do this, is Ramses. He gets a little bit too much screen time, in my honest opinion. But he is consistently Mr. Little Dick. And they do some interesting stuff with him, in my opinion. Let's actually do this. Yeah, let's do that. There we go. Yeah, I don't want to overemphasize him. I just think he's a good character, but I do think they do some fun stuff with him. Okay, let's swap her stuff here. Have any... Yeah. One of the things I find most amusing about Ramses is everything about his initial portrayal makes him out to be the main villain. He super isn't. He's not even the second main villain. Or the third. Or the fourth. Or the fifth. I'd have to really think about how far down he goes, honestly. What is that? This must be the place. Wait for me. Yeah, he's not even a pawn. Not really. To the actual villains, he served exactly one purpose, and past that, he's just there. From their perspective. From here on is my world. You can't enter. What do you mean? You're a subordinate fake persona. That's why. A subordinate fake persona? Yes. He is part of my memories from back then. He has sealed away the very meaning of my existence. My drive, my motivation, my subconscious id. Because of that, I became a basic blank persona. And on top of that, I constructed a new persona based on my experiences since then. That's what you are now. Him? You mean father? You call him father? He who never did anything for you? It was because of his cowardly behavior. If only he'd been able to protect me. If he had done that, Mother wouldn't have died. Did my mother die right after I was born? No. Worse than that. What really happened to my mother? Tell me, Id. You don't need to know. You'll only disappear soon. Along with your basic persona, the coward. I'll rule my being through the power of existence. Capital E. That's the first reference. I've been paying attention. That's the very, 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 very first reference. Right there. Of course, you don't know, but it's etched into my metempsychotic memory. Your persona's fake, so you'll never stand at the stage of consciousness. You'll never be able to take charge of the memories from our past lives. I know the dreams and hallucinations. I've seen them many times. Them. I showed them to you on purpose. To break the seal, I chose to weaken the power of your existence. If your mental energy is weakened, I can become free to do as I wish. What? There's still things inside you which haven't been shown yet. Huh? Someone's coming. It's probably your friends. They must have followed me. Where are you going? I came to reestablish... That's what I meant, Pyro. I came to reestablish contact with the existence, second reference, to tie together all the threads of your memory since ancient times and then cut them off. As the fate of the contact. All is ready. It's time for the true awakening. I will eliminate all who were full of hypocrisy from the very beginning. Wait for me, Id. You just stay here and observe. What is this? Gross. Faye? This must mean Veltal's this is Veltal's transformed appearance. I'll say, doesn't Gundam go back to like the 80s? I remember it's one of the oldest. 79. Wow. Boss time. Woo-hoo. Oh yeah, I should probably pop a beginning of fight save, so I don't have to do it all over again. Oh my god. Just friggin' Maria. And the 17 over there. I'd say it's my third favorite mecha of our groups. Or I guess in the game in general. Emeralda's, and then Rico's, and then finally Maria's. Did we just grab it with our hair? Pile drive it? Or was that a suplex? It was kind of hard to tell. The camera did not know how to deal with that. Which Gundam is it that's a really heavily political story? It's been recommended to me a million times. I've never actually sat down and watched it, though. No, it's not Seed. Jesus. Speaking of pile drivers. They're all kind of political. Lotus War? Maybe. I'm going off of really vague memories here. Might also be War in the Pocket. War in the Pockets, I've actually seen bits of that one. Is it Takoida? God, I don't know. I am the wrong person to ask this, which is why I'm asking everyone else. Spin to win. Oh, hey, it worked, too. Are you okay? Hi, Wiseman. Wiseman! It's already too late. Assist me, for I'm about to exterminate id. Oh, wow, Escaflowne. That's a wild one. Zohar is Deus's core. The slave generators and ether. It's the source of all their energy. We know that. After attaining its power, the freshly awakened id intends to annihilate this world. The contact with Zohar is meant to have been done after the unifying phase true personality. Ha! Keep back. Humph, you again. You always were getting in my way. But I cannot be stopped by you. You who couldn't even protect his own wife and son. You cannot even bear to show your face to your son. That's why you wear a mask, isn't it? Khan! By the way, I'd be curious if anybody's answer to Lord Haramon's question as well. That's right. This man is my father, Khan Wong. what happened to Faye, Id. Too bad. The new personality of Faye that you gave birth to, and all that work your persona did to make him one perfect unified whole, has been wasted. He'll be swallowed up by me. I won't permit it. I'll destroy you first. As if you could, sissy. Mother died because of your cowardly behavior. As a result, you ran away from that reality by entering into his memories. And now I continue my existence bearing all that hatred. You wouldn't be able to imagine what it's like. I wasn't simply working to unify Faye's personality, you know. All that you and I feel. The sadness, the hatred. Even though he also experienced such things, Faye needed to be encouraged to build himself up in order to be able to comprehend all of this. Faye should be able to understand all your feelings now. And now you want to erase the one who understands you, to kill Faye. What is it you want? Why ask me such a thing now? My purpose is the same as his. Total destruction. That and that alone. Is the world so bad a place that there's only hatred inside of you? I mean, he's only going to kill a few thousand people at this point. You're the ones who made me this way. You and that woman. Admit it. Arrgh! Faye, can you hear me? Please take this fistful of memories I am giving you. Become one with yourself and with me. That's one way to punch memories into someone. Literally. Were you not going to help Ellie? Yes. This is inside Id, a world filled with hatred and sadness. All there is here, yes. Now I understand, Id. Why you hate the world. Why there's nothing inside you. Nothing. Nothing was given to you. Deprived of all the happy memories. And yet, it feels pleasant. It almost feels good. Now I get it. There's no need to resist. I was originally just an existence that was created as a cover to hide Id. So it would be better to return to that place. Let's come together. To wipe away everything. Including ourselves. Remember, you're not going to help Ellie? Ellie? That's right, Ellie. No, not you. You're not Ellie. I've got to save Ellie. What's this place? What's he done now? He only called you in for his own sake. This is inside the shell of your basic character. The room of the coward. I'm sure you've been here many times before. I see, I remember now. In my dreams, everything despised and unwanted he pushed onto me, while he shut himself up in his own little shell. The coward Faye. The basis for our personalities. Who are you? Oh, you're my... Hey, let's watch this together. This is my most treasured possession. Ah! Repeatedly replaying the times he was full of happiness. He lives in his own happy little world. Well, I'm still alive only because of what's in those leftover dregs. Here, I'll show you everything about me. Ours was an ordinary family. A strict but reliable father. A kind and loving mother. Up until then, it was complete happiness. But one day, Mother suddenly changed. Thanks, Myong. She was like a totally different person. From that day on, Faye lost his home. I hate Myong so much. Father was away often. He had some important work. When Father was away from home, Faye was taken to a place with mysterious machines. Inside there were many strangely dressed people. Many types of probes were injected into Faye's body as the start of some kind of experiments. The tests caused Faye much pain. Mom, help me. What are you doing? No. Mother didn't come to his assistance. Young Fei had no way of resisting, but he was able to endure. Eventually, the experiments became unbearable. Many people gathered around Fei. These people had a high compatibility with the anima relics. Their psychic contact with Fei was to force him to awaken. But no one could make contact with Fei. Power drawn out of Fei, regardless of his will, destroyed them all. It's unbelievable. Mother allowed this to take place? Psychic contact? What do you mean by awaken me? To awaken Deus, everything had to be in perfect order, with nothing lacking. Things divided in the past must become one complete whole again. Countless people died before Fei's eyes. Men, women, the old, the young, even demi-humans. Suffering, grief, fear, ecstasy. A variety of emotions and words lingered, and tumbled about Fei like broken dolls. It was a scene from hell. Yeah, it's really telling that there is someone in this game who is arguably more evil than Corellian. Corellian? Oh god. In front of Father, she acted normally. Frey tried to tell Father about Mother's strange conduct and the experiments. Father's mind was taken up by his work. He didn't really listen. That's why I stalled on that, DZ Maven. He thought it was just childhood fantasies. But he didn't have to endure the pain much longer. Fei's subconscious discovered a way to escape from the trauma. He formed a separate persona to deal with things he didn't like or couldn't bear. He removed himself from out of harm's way. My role was to have all the things he hated forced upon him the moment they arose. From the time of my division from him, I was dominated by hatred. That hatred naturally turned into destructive impulses. I wanted to destroy everything. Mother, Father, the entire world. Finally, Father noticed Mother's odd behavior, but it was already too late. I had completely separated from that coward, my original self. Puppets were broken, and Fei's heart was too. What would make Mother do such a thing? Mother repeated the experiments to study the power she knew existed within me. Yes, that woman, Mother, was Myong. Duh, as they say. That's a lie. No, it's true. Mother was Myong. That's right, Karen had become Myong. Is that you say? It's nothing special. Myong does not have only one host body. Myong's roots are sealed up in the genes of all women. Any one of them could become Myong. Just happened to be Mother's turn. Once only Ellie was special originally. No! Karen, Myong, noticed that Fei's memory time access had increased 2 or 3-fold. She became convinced Fei was the contact. Contact? Yes, I was the contact. That's why he called out to me. And why the time had come. Stop it. Cut it out. Dad. Mom, help Dad. Hey, Mom, why aren't you helping Dad? Dad's gonna die. Graf came seeking the power that exists in me. Returned to his own body. You understand now, don't you? Graf is Lacan. We, his descendants who inherited his lingering thoughts and memories from him, know only too well. Divided 500 years ago, he would become a part of us both. Lacan became Graf. He destroyed everything on the face of the earth. He then mastered how to possess the bodies of others by dwelling in their minds. He was probably enabled to do this after his contact with the existence. The bodies died, but Lacan's spirit continued living by possessing others. He had come that day to return his soul at last to the perfect incarnation of his physical body, the body of Fei. Father fought him. He couldn't protect Mother or I. He pitifully fought on while coughing up his lifeblood. Graf made a mockery of father, and mother would not even help him when he needed her the most. As for their son, he couldn't take what was happening anymore. Oh, hey. He gave in to his feelings and has released his power. As a result, Mother died. Mom. And he offloaded the results of his actions onto me. To avoid taking responsibility for killing Mother, he used me as a shield. I also killed Mother. He pushed all the bad things onto me, but kept all the memories filled with happiness and Mother's love to himself. He shut himself away with those memories inside his own little shell. Forever. This is the place. What you see before you is what he made. He just keeps hanging on to those memories. That's what this is. Stop it. Just stop it. These scenes. Are these all there is to us? Enough already. There's nothing here. Just a world filled with deception and pain. It can't be helped. This is our world. This is everything. I was a fool. It was all my fault. I was so busy with my duties in the Shivat that I hadn't noticed Karen had changed. I couldn't save you when you needed my help. Save me? Why bother saying such nonsense now? It's not going to change anything. The only thing you can do now is die by my hand. Even still, I'll show you that I could save you. With the power of Choco anger. Sorry. Dad, stop it, Id. Father's done nothing wrong. I know. This one is the real culprit. Mother and father had no choice. Thanks. Pass it back to me. I'm playing with Mother. This is not reality. It's all a trick. It's all fake. All of it. All of it. All of it! No. Get out. This is my room. I thought you'd always be with me. Why won't you see reality? Happiness, sadness, aren't these all parts that combine to make the whole? Why won't you show him? Why don't you also show Id what you always watch? No, that's mine. I want to show it to the person who killed Mother. You should talk. You're the one who killed Mother. No, I didn't. You did. I did not kill her. Mother didn't care for you. Father didn't notice either. That's why you killed her. I didn't kill her. I didn't. Knock it off. We killed Mother. It's no one's fault but ours. It's not because she became young, or because Father didn't notice. Don't look outside for the reason. Don't blame anyone but yourself. Yes, Mother was young, and I know that you suffered. No one could have endured it. But you can't push it onto Id alone. We're all one person. We must all become one. Right, Faye? Walk on your own 2 feet. Face up to the reality you don't want to see. Show them to Id. Show everything you took for yourself. Play this cutscene we literally just played. Of course, Myong body hopped out. God, she is such a monster. Lies, that woman, this scene, all illusions he made up. My consciousness can see through this trick. I won't be swayed. It That's enough. Doing this isn't going to solve anything. Mother saved us at the last moment. This is the truth, right? The reality isn't all grim, Id. That power couldn't save anyone. It only destroyed. I thought I could only make a connection with others through destruction. So I had to destroy it all. People, the world, even Ellie. It's not the case. We can save others, just as our mother, despite being Myong, saved us. Our power can save people. We can save Ellie. That's a first. Mother being so warm. To me, she almost seems too warm. Faye, take the memories I have within me. You must know what it used to be like up until now. Know our identity, about who we are, and figure out what ought to be done. Our integration is not yet complete. Cain. Huh. Cain and Abel. It's worth noting that by most accounts, Cain was actually aiming for Abel there. I just can't hand our child over to you. What's this place? My execution site? Why do you turn on me? I thought we were friends. Who is it? Did I cause this? What happened to me? What have I become? I will live. Even if I go to hell, I will live until the end of this world. And if the world does not come to an end, I will destroy it with my own hands. So religious stuff, huh? Who is it? Who's calling me? I What's this light? I reside in Zohar. I am the beginning and the end, the first and the last. God? God. Some would refer to me as that. From a certain point of view, it is right to view me as such. But at the same time, I am not. I am also a part of you. Part of me. I am defined by how people observe me. You are actually talking to a virtual version of me that you yourself create. I am your perception of me. I don't understand what you're talking about. Who or what are you? In what word? Existence. Existence? In actuality, I do not have a physical form. I am an existence of a higher dimension, a place you cannot perceive. But in terms you understand, it is a world where everything acts as kind of waves. It is the source of this fourth dimensional universe, the place where time and space is controlled, the fluctuating void, the wave existence. What does such an existence have to do with me? Long ago, a modifier, or a pseudo-perpetual infinite energy engine was created. That engine was named Zohar. That reactor was created by an ancient people from another planet to attain what is considered to be the ultimate energy possible within this four-dimensional universe. Eventually, those people used that same engine to create the ultimate interplanetary invasion weapon, Deus. Zohar was used as its primary source of power. But the unexpected happened. During the connection tests of Zohar with the newly connected Deus, the engine started to examine infinite potential phenomena. Requiring energy, the engine connected this dimension to the higher dimensional space. As a result, that reactor merged or synchronized with the wave existence in that higher dimension. Me. I descended from the point of contact created by the machine through the path of Sephiroth, or the domain you are in right now, and incarnated in the four-dimensional world. After I advented to the four-dimensional world, in order to stabilize myself here, I had to exchange or materialize my form and enter into the modifier engine. In other words, I became bound in Zohar, the cage of fleshly existence. Since the time I was bound in Zohar, I have always wanted to return to my own dimension. But I came to a conclusion. I had to reverse the process I went through to arrive here. I must be released by the one who instilled within me a special feature of this dimension, the will. That one is you. You decided it was me. Special feature? Yes. I was given a special attribute of a human by you, the contact when you observed me. I was given a mother's will. A mother's will? I'm sure you remember. After my descent, you had contact with the modifier engine, Zohar. So this is the cheat I mentioned all the way back at the beginning. There was one part of that cutscene that it didn't show you. And that was right about when all the stuff was happening. Everything was going to hell, and Deus was waking up and taking over the ship and being a petty asshole by murdering all the people on it just for funsies. Abel made contact with the wave existence. As a contact being only a child, you defined my existence with your desire to return to your mother. Thus I came to prepare the mother's will. That will is Elhaim. Ellie's disposition was influenced by me? Yes, my will was incarnated through a biocomputer which was vital for Deus. After combining with me, the biocomputer evolved its functions and that bioplant generated a central element. That is her. I was split by your contact. My physical form, or flesh, stayed in Zohar, while my will went into Elhaim and my power went into you. That's why I waited to unite with you, and now it is fulfilled. My only remaining desire is to break this cage of fleshly existence. In order to do that, I must become perfect by combining with Elhaim as well as my other split physical form, Deus. The only way to return to my original dimension is to destroy this physical body. In the four-dimensional world, Zohar is perfect. So, in order to destroy Zohar, I need the strength that was attributed to you. Zohar can only be destroyed by the hand of the contact. What about Ellie? If Zohar is destroyed, what will become of Ellie? Zohar and Deus are one. She's bound to the system by another's will to become one with me. In order to release her, it is necessary to destroy that very system that serves as the Deus weapon. However, having been created as a weapon, the Deus system seeks to unify itself with all of you for a different purpose than that of mine. Originally, her release should have been performed by me, one who desires to return back to the higher dimension. But I am also bound to the system just as she is, so I am unable to participate. You are the only one who can release her from the spell. Just as Deus and I are inseparable, you and her are also inseparable. Alright. I'll destroy Deus and the Zohar modifier, and I'll save Ellie. You have experienced much loss and deprivation in your life. It's very tragic. Our contact and the resulting transference of power and will between you and I most likely played a factor in splitting your personality. I disagree. I can't blame anything or anyone besides myself. Regardless of what may have happened in the past, with the passing of time, the cause becomes more remote. It's a problem that comes from within myself, that I myself must deal with. You see, you have managed to accept those tragedies, to tolerate all things, to comprehend, and find where you stand in this world. If you have succeeded to do all these things, I am sure you will succeed in what awaits you now, to liberate all of us. Use the Xenogears. Destroy Zohar. Wait, there's more I need to ask you. The system is awakening. Ask her later. Save your data. Yes, I would like to save my data, please. I find something wonderfully tragic about all of this. The Galactic Federation, which I've referenced several times, were so stupidly advanced. They created a power reactor that accidentally dragged down a being from a higher dimension, which is the closest thing this setting has to capital G, God. It's also even generally and relatively benevolent. Catch that? This is, of course, immediately contrasted by the thing that calls itself God, that super duper isn't. The weapon, whose only desire is to go out and do whatever it is it wants to do, which is incredibly malevolent and, frankly, the most evil thing in the entire setting. Go figure. And yeah, that's probably the closest thing we're going to get to actual legitimate religious symbolism in this setting, in this game. So, Dad, are you okay? Dad, I'm sorry, this is all my fault. Faye, you've returned to your own self. You've become one. Yes, thanks to you all. If you hadn't called out to me. Urgh. Dad. Don't worry. This is good. This is, after all, Dad? You and I must become one. Graf? What's going on? I reached the limit of the body I possessed on that day 3 years ago. I required a body that would tide me over till your true awakening. That is why I acquired the body of your father. Regardless of your awakening, your merging, and the inherited memories you'd acquired. There was no way for you to know this since you had lost your memory at that point. At the point at which I merged with your father... Blah, 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 blah. Okay, so, hold on. This is my biggest reason why I think Graf is such an unnecessary piece in all of this. He also... I'm trying to think how to put this into words. He's one of the few, very, very, very few things that's kind of totally unexplained. So Lacan roamed off and then eventually died, and then his ghost kept going, and that's Graf. Why is there one ghost in the whole world? No other previous incarnation ever managed this. No incarnation after him remember, that was 500 years ago. Graf is just kind of by himself there. Being a ghost. But yeah, we're not quite done. But anyways. About Wiseman, what about Father? Of course, they were just parts of me. I couldn't hold on to Khan totally. His ego was far stronger than I imagined. When my control weakened, he showed himself to you as Wiseman. Ah, you have awakened. This body is now useless to me. Now I must return to my original body, the reincarnation of my body that you inhabit. Stop it, Dad. I hear you, Faye. You see, he and I are one. I am Khan. Khan is me. He has become one with me, so you too should open your heart to unite with me. Then we can go on to eliminate everything. Oh yeah, by the way, that's another thing. Graf's goal is stupid. Can I just say that? Myong's goal, Deus's goal, makes a degree of sense. What the Ministry wanted, that makes sense. What Cain wanted, that makes sense. Ramses makes sense. The Elements make sense. Shakan makes sense. Who am I missing? I feel like I'm missing there's a lot of villains in this game. But Graf is like, oh, I'll kill everything. Even id has a better reason for thinking that than Graf did. The Nazis make sense. I'm sorry, I do not like Graf's inclusion in this story. I honestly think it would be better off if he was excluded from it. Or perhaps just, given a polishing pass. Sorry, I've been sitting on that since like the second VOD when we first met Graf. So forgive me for doing that. Protecting your master, so be it. I'll merge with both you and your machine. See, that's a compelling idea, Riker's-Beard. Maybe if, again, this is why I say it would be nice if we got a bit of a polishing pass. Because Graf being a dark mirror, or what do they call that? There's actually a narrative term for that. It's like the dark reprise. It's when you see what someone could have been if they'd made different choices in a narrative. Graf, Lacan, being a different Fae actually makes a lot of sense. That doesn't change you being my father. I could never really fight you. Dark reflection, that's it, thank you. So naive. Why don't you understand that your naivety is what killed Sophia, what killed your mother Karen? I already know that. That's why I swore never to run away again. I must rescue Ellie, so don't get in my way. Wake up. Open your eyes, father. Lacan. If that's the case, then fight me. Fight me. I can't. I see. Then there's no choice. Since you are so unwilling to fight, I believe I'll have to use them as bait. Stop it. Don't we have the same memories? Can't you also remember the sadness you felt back then? Why must you destroy everything? If we stop Deus, won't this all be over? You still don't understand, even after your contact with the Existence. I came to understand after my contact with the Existence that even if Deus is destroyed, as long as humans still inhabit this land, Myong, Elheim will be born time and again. Then all living things may as well perish along with Deus itself. That's the only path to freedom. Okay, Graf. Buddy, have a Snickers. The path to release us from the eternal cycles of life, the tragedies of history, and the spell of fate. Once I awaken Deus' weapon, I'll obliterate all living things, and I'll use your awakened self in that machine to return everything to nothing. That's what I concluded. Myong and Elheim are not just Deus' mouthpieces. That woman is its main body. Why can't you see that? That's so true. She gave her life for me by shielding me from harm. Her eyes weren't Myong's. Mother came back at the last moment. Myong, Mother, even Ellie, we're all humans born on this planet. Deus doesn't matter. You'll see. I'll bring Ellie back. Father, no, Graf Lacan. You don't back down. Never. Then I have no choice. The time has come to truly become one. Yeah, Xenogears rewrite. Graf. Snickers. He's like, oh, wow, I feel much better, thank you. Can I go? Thank you. Okay, so we're gonna boost because screw you. He's fast anyway, so that makes sense. Can I have a turn, please? Thank you. Okay. Um. Cool. This is a good thing that's happening. I wanted to show off some of the death blows, and this is a victory lap fight, so I'm pretty sure he's already at half health. Although he's certainly beating my face in, isn't he? Hey, Sean, give me one moment, please. Yeah, it only took 50 hours to get there, Meta Shinryu. This is why I stand firm in something that I'm going to say once this game gets a score below 0. Because it's going to happen. But first, Red Dead Redemption 1, Spider-Man, and Shantae Advance. Thank you, Sean, for the sub, as always. Whoops. Whatever. Now we'll do it. Yeah, you need to go through a lot of Gluck to get to the meat of this game. Takes now what? And dead. Let's see, how many bosses are left? I mean, granted, we still have a whole dungeon left. But, like, it's good to kind of gauge it in terms of bosses, right? So let's take a look here. We've got the victory lap, the final boss, the 4 before it. And that's it. So we've got the 4, the final boss, and the victory lap. That's all that's left. Why don't you finish me off? If you don't get rid of me, then you cannot get what you want. It's alright, Dad. I understand. You are not Graf. You are my father. You and Graf are one. Your will and purpose never change. I knew that once we fought, but let's stop now. Our objectives should be the same. It's the same as our becoming one. We don't have to fight. What? My body? Zohar's after you. The last piece to combine with Deus' system. It seeks to unify with you, the first to have been divided from it. What? This is what Lacan wanted all along. After all, I am an imperfect existence. It was inevitable that it would come to this, considering what had happened in the past. Lacan's imperfect secondary contact with the wave existence split his personality into 2. Eventually his body died, but the original Lacan transmigrated. Bringing the destiny of becoming a contact with him, he was reborn as your present body. The remaining persona, just as his desires, lived on separately by possessing the bodies of others. That is Graf. That's me. I may have inherited Lacan's will, but I'm not the same as the contact Lacan. It is impossible for me to make real contact. There will be no true melding and release. Even though our bodies may be different, I am still half of you. That fact remains. Though I'm imperfect, I can't merge temporarily with Zohar, and this may be able to buy you some time. This is the only way I can be one with you. This is all I can do. Deus' system will start to look for you again. Before then, you have to destroy the newly perfected Deus and the Zohar modifier. You're the only one that can destroy the physical barrier that encases God's body. As you said, that was Karen. Through many generations, Myung is beginning to break free from her bounds. Now that Elhaim has merged with Deus, she has all of her memories back. All the memories from her original birth as the contact complement up to her current transmigration. That includes all the lives she's lived as Myong and her substitutes over the centuries. That's a lot of memory dumping. And of course, that includes your mother's memories, too. Faye, cut away all binds on mankind. You should be able to do that now. Save her and all other women bound with her. Begging you, Faye. What's this? This pendant. Is this Sophia's or my mother's? Oh god, yeah. No, Faye's not going to get his mother's memories. Ellie is. You know, his one true love. Anyways. It's nothing. I'm just talking to myself. Xenogears is a plot in one sentence. Faye says, it's nothing. I'm just talking to myself. I'm sorry for all the trouble I've caused everyone. Thank you all so much. Anyway, let's get going. There's little time left now, for me and for the planet. I mean, Ellie's his one true love, and was born out of his desire to see his mother. Oh no, I think you're in the majority there, Blue Felix. If anything, I'm weirded out by this. I thought I'd be with you on this. Remember, I've never played Disc 2 until the last few days or however long it's been. This is where it all started. This is our genesis. We, no humans, were born here. Long ago, Deus crash landed on this planet in an interplanetary colony ship. In order to revive itself someday, Deus attached the Zohar modifier's core. After this core unit came down here, a single woman awoke and arose out of it. We saw that in the cutscene. She's the mother of all humanity. After she awoke, she used all her power to bear several beings, to become the ancestors of the whole of humanity. These were the Emperor and the Gazelle Ministry. Finally, she gave birth to replicas of herself to be humanity's caretakers. Two selves, the human mother and the weapon, the subject of the complement. That is Ellie and Myong. I, the sole survivor from the colony ship, met Ellie, and everything started from there. The land of Genesis, Kodamini, this is that place. Odd. Why you have such ancient memory? Usually human memories cannot be passed down through generations. Humans don't normally have the ability to compress and store memories in their introns. But Ellie and I, and Myong, are different. Due to our connection with the wave existence, that is, due to Zohar's ability to change possible phenomena, we can clearly store data in our introns. In other words, we can leave behind memories to be inherited by our descendants. Oh my god, it's Assassin's Creed! For the second time, I wonder if Assassin's Creed was inspired by this game. Just as the wave existence is bound inside of Zohar, the information is affixed to me, so to speak, by some of the power of the wave existence. And this is the form from when Ellie and Myong were still one being. This is the first woman of our world. That's honestly pretty horrifying. Our mother. Oh, hi everyone. So if we destroy that Zohar thing, everyone will be over, right? Yes. The source of our ether power is the source of power for the generators that make our gears work. All comes from the Zohar modifier engine, which can be controlled. If we destroy it, Deus and the Seraph Angels will all be deactivated, and then we should also be able to free Ellie, who has become bound to the Deus weapon system as Myong. Right, Faye? Yep, that's what the Wave Existence said. But then there is the downside. It'll also mean that we will no longer be able to use our gears or our ether powers anymore. What are those Seraph Angels all about anyways? That odd appearance as if they lack something, as if they were neither living beings nor mere weapons. Zohar senses the human consciousness and incarnates the Seraph. Human consciousness. As Zohar itself involves the principle of the observer's perception of Zohar determining the entity it actually becomes. In other words, I believe that those angels are incarnations of the spirits of people. The people who have been absorbed by Deus to become parts of it. That's really messed up. That's probably how it wiped out that colony back in the backstory. It just shows up, eats people, and then throws out drones based on the people it ate, which allows it to kill more people, eat more people, and throw out more drones. It's a zombie swarm, basically. Except, like, the zombies are superhumans. Yeah, kind of gray gooey. Ugh. No wonder it took so long to take it down. Anyways, so what merit is there for them to gain in eliminating all of civilization? Is it some kind of hatred for those humans who have survived? Of course not, although we have evidence that, Deus is very petty. Those people who were created and assimilated as parts of Deus would not have such intentions. Try to remember what Ellie, when she became young, said. The creations of God will someday be a hindrance. That is why they must be eliminated. Yes, that's why Merkava is being used to begin the destruction. But Deus is not following its programming of exterminating all civilization. The Seraphs, which are terminal interface weapons of Deus, are using their bodies composed of nanomachines to absorb massive numbers of people regardless of whether they're dead or alive. It's not discriminating between mutant and non-mutant people. This is highly peculiar. The fact that the people who are meant to be destroyed are being taken in as well, that's the absolute opposite of what it's supposed to be doing. Maybe there aren't enough parts? That is unlikely. Aside from those bodies that were destined to be parts for it, Deus, who's already acquired the abilities of the nanomachines, can just use any material to construct its body. It's obvious it has other intentions in mind. Those intentions, Krelian has called Deus the Mother. If God is the Mother, then those motives are coming from the Great Mother. Impeding the growth of its child, enveloping it to bring the child back to the womb to become one with it, is really freaking gross. That is its motive. Such a program does not exist within its design, though. It's probably given this unique will by someone, either from Ellie, who has merged with Deus, or... Either way, it doesn't change the fact that we have to fight. Regardless of what their intentions are, the problem is how we're supposed to deal with them. You think we can do it in our current state? This secret battleship, Excalibur, will also take part in the final battle. Additionally, the military potential of all the surface forces will assemble here. Even if we can put together a massive force, we still have the problem with the main armament of the Merkava. We need to know how to take that out, as long as we don't do that. Merkava Ultra Long-Range Cannon has the ability to vaporize any substance. On top of that, they have a barrier around their perimeter that nullifies all attacks. Oh my god. Hang on, I need some water. We fought against the Merkava many times to try and stop its onslaught. However, we cannot even get close, since we had to withdraw every time. Damn it, no matter how much we want to say about it, we can't get inside the Merkava. It's meaningless. To add to that, there is the problem of those Seraphs. They function as the terminal interface weapons for close defense. I can easily say their attack power is equivalent to the Omnigear class. They even have the regenerative abilities due to the nanomachines. Don't be concerned about that. I was able to obtain some data from Xenogears. You see, Xenogears has mutagenically evolved due to its contact with Zohar. Using that data, all of your new... Oh, I'm sorry, that's your ear. Using that data, all your new gears ought to be completed soon. Additionally, all the other weapons and armaments are being modified to implement the disassembler device. Disassembler device? In contrast to the nano-assemblers, which create matter to repair it with, the disassemblers have the ability to dismantle or destroy matter. Okay. That's a thing. They can even deactivate the nanomachines' restoring ability by disengaging the repair programs. This should be sufficiently effective even against the Deus Seraphs. Alright, even if we can deal with the angels, just how are we going to deal with that Merkava? We can't even get close to the thing. There's no such thing as a perfect defense. There is a way. Look over here. Merkava's main gun requires a 1.2 second interval to reload because of its tremendous output. Upon firing, although it is only sectional, there will be a portion of the barrier that will be opened. This is a 1.87 second delay before the barrier reforms in that area. If we can use this window of time to target and destroy that cannon, it will be possible to close in on it. If we can get close enough, we can break through with the gravitational spatial correction. Hi, Valerian! Well, this is the rough idea. Unfortunately, we don't have a long-range cannon that could acquire a target in such a brief time frame. So what you're saying is we just need to shut that annoying cannon up, right? You want to go ahead on the Merkava? Now you're being reckless again. That's suicide! No, listen, we're not going to just run in. The Yggdrasil 4 and the Excalibur are also equipped with barriers. That's what we'll use. Although not for such a short time, we can withstand a direct hit from Merkava's main cannon. Then we can close in and watch for that part of the barrier to go down and then destroy the cannon. How long will a barrier last? About 20 or so seconds. That's all? Wouldn't matter how fast we fly, in that amount of time we'll be without a barrier before we can get within firing range. And those numbers are valid only if we get the generator at full drive, right? You can only get those numbers if we sacrifice all other output and propulsion. Oh my god, please narrate this instead of showing this to me literally, game, please? Please? I'm not suggesting we go in with guns blazing knowing we're going to lose. We're going to physically put a lid on it directly. As you've said, the Yggdrasil 4 or Excalibur's barrier can't sufficiently defend against Merkava's attack, at least with one generator, that is. Meaning we can defend against the Merkava with twice the amount of time. 40 seconds if we couple the two generators together. That way we can make it into the heart of the Merkava. Then what about the propulsion? Just hear me out. I mean, Lacan was apparently pretty brilliant, so it makes sense to me that he would know some of this stuff. He's got a lot of generations to pull from now. This is what we do. First we transform my Yggdrasil into heavy assault mode and load it into the Excalibur so we can couple the generators. By doing that, we can reduce the energy usage down to just supporting the hull of the ship and generating the barrier. This allows most of the energy to be devoted to the generating the barrier. Next, shift the barrier to the full front and focus on a single point where their main cannon will make its strike. Now for movement. First off, oh that's right, that was Kim. Sorry, you're right. The point I was trying to make is that he remembers everything at this point, so he should also remember Kim now. Now for movement. First off, we develop a barrier by engaging Excalibur's generator to maximum power. For propulsion, during that time, we install an Yggdrasil large... Oh my god! This is too much! This is too much! I suddenly feel for LeVar Burton. With the cannon fired of the Excalibur, we'll destroy the Yggdrasil Forest slave generator and incapacitate the Merkava on the way, and then we break through. That's what the plan is all about. The combination of the barriers of both ships, storming the Merkava, the timing, the cannon fire of the Excalibur, these are all going to be crucial. Mess up any one of these and the consequences are going to be severe. Hence, it'll be necessary to have both crews in sync with each other. That's why I'd like to place Sig in command of the Excalibur. I have no qualms with that. What do you think, Queen? Will you lend us your battleship? Since there appears to be no other alternative, let's go with that. Please use it as you see fit. We're not cutting it comfortably close. When you calculate the arrival time and the barrier generation time, you'll see what I mean. One minor mishap will put us into a situation where we could run out of barrier power before our arrival. Also, we will be devoting both generators to keeping the barriers up. Won't that leave us without perimeter defenses? We won't stand a chance if we get engaged by the Seraph Angels on our way to the Merkava. We'll hold them off. You can count on us. You guys just concentrate on taking out that main cannon. Thanks for depending on you. Honestly, this is noise. I'm just gonna be real. This is... I appreciate the time and effort put into making a plan that makes sense, rather than just smearing technobabble over it. I do, legitimately. But that was way too wordy to explain it. We set out to silence God's Ark, Merkava, which was the epitome of offensive and defensive power, and then storm inside it. We initiated the operation to destroy the Zohar. Alright, this would be much slower if I wasn't trying to micro-machines this. Yeah, thanks, Faye. Appreciate you. I've actually noticed, I don't want to say this is a Japanese thing, I've just noticed it in Japanese fiction, that every now and again they like to get really nitty-gritty with the specific tactics of an approach. I do generally appreciate that, for whatever it's worth. Funnily enough, FF8 does this exact same thing. We were talking about that earlier, Valerian. It's a huge question mark. 10 millennia is a long freaking time, especially when you're already an interstellar power, right? Secondary explosion. Oh no, I should have known better. What a miscalculation! The explosion was too big. It reacted with the main condenser right under the main cannon, and induced a secondary explosion. How could I have been so stupid? You mean, we overdid it? Why did I not realize it sooner? That means we might have... Oh no, Ellie! Oh my gosh, Ellie! What is it? This time? Hey, Saitan, What more is going to happen? Something is happening in the center of Merkava. What could it be? They really like their damage seen from space motif, don't they? FF10 did that. At that time, the earth quaked and shook, and from the location where the Merkava crashed, a giant object appeared. It was Deus's final form. The Merkava was merely its vessel. Deus evolved through the use of Krellian's nanomachines, thanks Krellian, into a planetary-scale weapon and began terraforming. It was attempting to convert this entire planet into a weapon. We retreated back to the base of the snow plains to form a new strategy. We decided to go back to Deus. Time was running out for us. Oh my god, I can move around. Holy crap. Yeah, this is where Lavos came from originally, if you're wondering. Yeah, I think technically we're actually at the freedom point, if you could call it that. Okay, hang on. Let me... I'm zoned out a little bit here. Give me a sec. Let's make this bigger so I can read this easier. That's actually a really tough one, Wrecker's Beard. I actually think both do a good job. Yeah, I've got all kinds of good stuff. You need anything? Yes, actually. But none of that. Gonna buy these while we're here, though. I feel like 7's hits harder for me. But in terms of review... See, the funny thing is both 7 and Xenogears pull the same trick. They decide not to literally show events, but instead use heavy stylization, which is absolutely the right call for something like that. And yeah, 7 also is Tifa's unveiling of Cloud, whereas this is Faye's unveiling of Faye. And that does hit differently. Though this base is the last refuge for humans, you can almost see we have almost no supplies. Anyways, we're using a fallen piece of Shevet as the main base. You probably could have guessed that, huh? We can take out Deus even 1 day sooner. We can't hold it much longer like this. Oh yeah, by the way, the world's doomed. Everyone's running out of food, like, just food. Hey, welcome. What can I do for you today? Hey. Do you sell... I've said that for years, Baron. Nobody believes me. A couple of those. Yeah, just in case. No kidding, Rox. Hey, aren't these Picatillies cute? They're going cheap, too. How about it? Want to buy my Picatillies? No. You mocking me? This isn't a game, you know. Get out of here. I mean, clearly this is a game. Hey, buddy, you need something? Hey, hang on a minute. Sure. God, those are expensive as hell. What is currency called in this game? Uh, yeah. Credits. I don't know. Might be gold. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, why are you charging me money now? Of all times. Speaking of which, I am pretty much broke as of like right there. Burning all my rare first edition books and valuable autographs. I know supplies are short, but I can't believe they're burning my treasures. We've got a whole thing of tax code right over here. Sure. 20,000 gold. You don't have enough money. Yeah, I literally don't. Haha, cheapskate. Burn up this whole world. My whole family, everything's been destroyed by them. Who cares anymore? Burn it all up. So many have died. If this continues, even more will die. It's the same as 500 years ago. That tragedy and hardship is being repeated again. What's going to happen to our world? What's going to happen to us? Well, you're going to die, and the Deus is going to do whatever it wants to. Us people of Shavat have always dreamed of coming down to live on the planet's surface. We would never imagine this would be how we would realize that dream. This is unbearable. It's gotten awfully cold. I hate the cold. It's killing me. The temperature keeps dropping like this. We'll all be frozen before Deus can finish us off. No, Deus is probably going to be a little bit faster. Let's just be honest. It's not like we're born just to die. What's going to happen to us now? To this world? We can't carry on with it relentlessly drinking. It's scary and lonely. Hang on a second. No. Not for another hour and a half, Cat. Okay, I know, Cat. You've never eaten before in your entire life. I understand. We are to be judged. The last day is nigh. You too should be careful. It's all according to prophecy. Just when I thought I could ride the UFO, it's not flying anymore. On top of that, this guy keeps saying annoying stuff. This is the first time for me to see snow, and boy is it cold, slippery, and fun. I don't want you to think, what am I doing at a time like this? If I don't do this, I can't keep my composure. We'll have fun. Work about it. Heard rumors a part of Nortune, the old capital of Kislev, survived. I wonder if they're still conducting that barbaric bar-telling thing. Really, I ask you, what are we going to do with our menfolk these days? I thought Prince Bartholomew would return and bring peace to the land of Ave. This goes to show you never know what might happen in this world. Yeah, sorry, we're all dead. My bee. In the prison, when I saw you change into a monster, I understood everything. Living inside of you, Faye, there's another monster that's not you. He's the bad one. He's to blame. So, to forgive you or not forgive you, well, that's not the problem. It's not like it's going to turn back things the way they were. But, yeah, it's just, I don't know how to say it properly, but I'm sorry. It's alright, Dan. Enough already. I understand. It's my fault. I'm sorry I caused you such pain. I'm just glad that I could finally make peace with you. Take care, kiddo. Faye, I was scared a little, but not really scared. Because I knew that inside of that monster you were doing all you could to fight it, Faye. I knew it. Aw. It's very sweet. Interesting. Well, apparently there's an item we didn't get much early in the game, which we no longer have the ability to do anything about. Cool. It's whatever at this point. No, I gave up on the trader's card. No, it's actually the Midori's ring. Oh, Queen, what do you see with those eyes? That look of sorrow as if you've lost something. Within there, there's a kindness which would forgive all. Yeah, she's pretty cool. And the tutorial room, Valerian. Sorry. Everyone's gonna die. Booze, bring on the booze. Bring me the booze. Plenty good men are dead now. What kind of doctor am I if I can't save people dying right in front of me? Why should an old man like Lee survive that? Town without prisoners, how boring. But then again, the world itself is like a prison. Hey, you, it's freezing in here. Can't you do something? It's not good for my complexion. Maybe put on some clothes. Eh. You're not my dad. Hans, is that you? You? You're alive? Yeah, you too. But if you're here, that means Thames was... Yeah, the Thames sank. The angels attacked. Thames withstood the onslaught of Reapers, but was defenseless against those angels. Hardly anyone got out in time. They went down with the Thames. Wait a minute. What about the captain? He's okay, right? The captain said he'd watched the end of the Thames with his own eyes. You're kidding, right? The old guy died. No way. No, the captain's alive. He's the kind that never keels over. Uh-huh. Some flashy woman in Thames taught me a card game. Do you want to play? No. It hasn't been that long since my husband died. Please don't think I'm a loose woman. It's because of this man that I blush. So what happened with you lately? I didn't know you had a son. The kid who just left seemed pretty angry about something. I'm embarrassed you just saw that. I got married just before the Thames went down. Her name's Anna. She's my wife. She was saved by the Thames when the ships were attacked by the Reapers. Unfortunately, that's when she lost her husband. Don't misunderstand me. I wasn't out of feeling sorry for her or anything like that. Or, well, perhaps it was. I just wanted to protect her, that's all. If you can call that feeling sorry, I suppose I don't mind. Captain teased me mercilessly. He said, "What, a cold guy like you seducing a widow? Just make sure the kid doesn't end up hating you. I guess the captain was right. My stepson doesn't like me yet, but I'm hoping someday. I see. Boy, you've changed. You've changed too, Faye. I don't know how to explain it, but as for me, I don't know what it is. I guess I've always had someone protecting me. Hans. Faye, I believe that one day the captain will come down that stairway, tap tap tapping with his cane. He'll say, Hans, it looks like we'll get our hands on priceless treasure. What kind of face is that? You don't believe me, huh? This time it's true, honest. Maybe someday. Jesus Christ. Hans, it looks like we'll get our hands on priceless treasure. What kind of face is that? Captain? Captain! Okay, I thought you were going super depressing there, game. What's this shouting? Cut it out, you fool. Do you know how much I was worried about you? Ha! I've been telling you all along. Did you get it? Now listen. Men of the sea never say die. Except for the hundreds of people on the Thames. You are such a... Hans! This time it's true. It's an island with buried treasure. It's called Doonman Isle. An ancient hero defeated a monster there. Now, legend has it his fabled sword rests there. What info do you have? Do you know where the place is? What about a ship? I don't know where it is. Don't have a ship. Don't worry about the details. Don't you know what that attitude of yours is? Why that kid will take you? That's your business. Well, by the time that kid actually decides to like you, I'll have managed to get a new ship. Till then, give it all for your family, lad. Give your family the love they need while you still have the chance. I know. And if I could just be really honest, that's extremely depressing. Also, I like the card game, too. I give it a positive, even. Where the hell am I? I'm just turned around a bit. Okay, this way, I think? Nope. Still nope. I have a stupid son, you know. He used to fish for a living. One day said he saw a merman sitting on the sea floor. Since then, he hasn't gone out to sea. He became a landlubber. I haven't seen him these past few years. I don't know what he's doing now. He's long gone already, but wow, to make a hole this big. Oh, sorry. My bee. Actually, a world now. final form thereof. It's been actually over a day, I think, at this point. Yeah, the world looks a little bit worse. It's a long journey, but what we did was not in vain. Let's prove it. That is the goal. What am I stuck on? The bonds between my father and I can't be broken. Your father's dead. Emeralda, go to. Yeah, we'll deal with you in a minute. I mean, the only reason anything is going to be able to stand against Deus at all is because of the wave existence, so... I'll never forgive what they did to him. He did nothing wrong. I mean... Did shoot Ellie's mother, I'm just saying. Oh yeah, we're gonna give it all for the young master. Whoa! Yeah, if only I wasn't wounded. I'd also be able to... Dude, just chill, okay? It's beyond my ability to understand, but regardless, I'm counting on you. No one else can do this. I gotta work hard for my daughter's future. Enough rest to be ready for the decisive battle. You want to rest? No, I'm good, thanks. I've just had to work here. I hope you don't mind. So heavy my stupid husband acting all big and mighty in the engine room. He's got a bad mouth, but deep down he's a good man. She's holding a note. Free memo. There are 3 types of guys that are standard equipment for you. Handgun, ether gun, big gun. Okay, this is not helpful. You're the only ones who can save us. We're counting on you. Young master, you better not die. Promise me. Of course. I'm not gonna die. Quit saying such weird stuff. Sorry. Yeah, you're right. You'll make it back. When you come back, I'm going to... Well, I just thought maybe I could be closer to you, you know? Hey, whoa, quit it. Do you know what you're saying? Just kidding. Young master, you're all panicked. You two are cousins. Funny, I don't see Choo-Choo anywhere. Where'd she go off to? Change party members? No. Yeah, we've seen the artwork. They are getting married. End statement. Honestly, with the, let's call it population problem the planet has right now, they probably don't have a choice. Choo-Choo, what are you doing? Choo-Choo. Choo-Choo. This is... Huh? Choo-Choo? What in the world are you doing here? You don't do any maintenance work. You're in the way. Go eat some food. Take a nap or something. 4 digits, J. Palmer. I'm exhausted. I'm exhausted. Since you're here, I'd like a massage. Just kidding. Ellie, she was so kind. I'm not the only one who Chu misses her. I know Bart, Margie, Billy, Saitan, Rico, Maria, Emeralda, and Faye all do Chu. Although they don't say it, I can feel it. Standing here, I remember her kind and gentle smile. Ellie will return, won't she? Thanks, Choo Choo. Thanks for trying to reduce all this tension in the air for me. I'll remember this. Anyway, Ellie's got to be alive, right? Faye... Let's go back to the room. Margie seemed worried. Okay, I'll come, Choo. Ignore the giant plushie. Evo. Everything's fine. Nothing is wrong. Well, they do have extremely advanced technology to maybe be able to sustain a population, but honestly, that's tricky. A few thousand people, I may have been getting in everyone's way up to now, but I can't stand to think Faye and all his friends may perish away like us. I'm going to fight so that this kind of thing never happens to anyone again. Yeah, Faye's like, nah, I got this. That's true, Breakfast Sampler. A lot of people list this as one of the best game soundtracks ever. Yep, Deus is in the center of the structure created out of the fallen Merkaba. The only way we can destroy Deus is to protect in there and make it right to the center. The structure used to be Merkaba itself. We must assume the inside has changed significantly. We don't know what dangers await inside of there. Please be very careful. Thanks, Sigurd. Let me take care of it. I will destroy Deus. Even if it costs me everything I have. Faye, are you sure about this? What? I know what you must be thinking now. If you destroy Deus, the proliferation of the nanomachines that are out to turn this planet itself into a weapon will stop. But if you end up losing Ellie, who was united with Deus for that very purpose, then what good will it be? Yeah, gee. I mean, yeah, I saved the entire world, but I missed one. Thank you, Wolverine. As always. Hang on. I thought it was a printer, but it might be a fax. Pseudo Regalia. Visions of mana, and to the tissues. The more planning and technology you have, the smaller the viable population shrinks. That's right, Faye. She's our friend who's been through a lot with us, too. I think saving a dear friend is just as important as protecting our planet or saving the world. What better reason is there to fight? If you can't even save your friends, then how could you save the world? Don't you agree? Yeah, Sig's right. Don't you ever give up, Faye, no matter what. You're the only one who could release Ellie from Deus' spell. It was just a comment on one of my videos, Mr. Ed, that I found during the lunch break from earlier today. You volunteered to fight for the Unmaster and the rest of us, so it's our turn to fight with you and Ellie. Let's go, Faye, to gain true freedom. Okay, can I get a freaking ship now, please? Thank you. I mean, it was the end game VOD, but it doesn't matter. Wrong button. It was a really dumb comedy, though. Hey, don't mind. I was just sharing because that was funny. Thanks for visiting. You're looking mighty healthy. I want to help you more, but this body can't survive unless it breathes the air here. Looks like I'm just about ready to meet my maker. Oh, Tara. Don't worry, I'll stop my moaning. Besides, I have a nice present for you. The manly mantle, the goddess robe. Cool. Oh, I think I just saw it. There it is, the manly mantle. Defense up when an ally is KO'd. So I'm going to do exactly one encounter and then give up on this grind immediately. Yep, giving up immediately. No, the Trails of Sirius does that, Mr. Red. You have to pay for that, though. Real money, obviously. I don't remember if the sagas had bathing suits. I know Xenoblade 2 is full tilt with regards to sex appeal. Also the best-selling Xenoblade game, by the way. Oh, I know, Rector's Beard. It's just sort of irritating to me. Sales figures are irritating because they tend to incline people towards trying to Me Too. It's one of the reasons I was against mobile games for the longest time. Back before mobile games really took off. You remember that? No, of course you don't. Nobody's been around that long. But for the longest time, I was very against mobile games because, you know... Yeah. Anyways, let's get rid of Bart, now that we don't need him anymore. Oh, I agree with you, Reckersbeard. It doesn't change the fact that people use sales figures as the determining metric for whether a project should be green light, or if it should be continued, or if it should be supported, or pretty much anything, really. Which is why it irritates me so much. I don't know what Dune Manile is, so... That's true, Xenoblade 2 probably got at least a little bit of the Switch boost. But then Xenoblade 3 didn't. Or rather, not as much. Probably, J. Palmer? I have no idea how, but probably. There it is. So just land here, right? Right? Maybe? Maybe? How about over here? No? There we go. Found the spot! Immediate encounter. They were just waiting. They saw the ship coming like, we gotta jump. Oh, never mind. They actually were waiting. I was gonna make fun, but that's actually an enemy. A real enemy. Well, let's see how it goes. Yeah, the lighthouse, we're gonna do the lighthouse. Obviously, since I'm literally here. Still a pittance of experience, by the way. Okay, overworld save. There we go. The base of this lighthouse was built several thousand years ago. That is impressive. Islanders added a light to make it into a lighthouse, but no one knows what it really is. Can I help you? Okay. That's true. The 6 remaining fights are all gear fights. Food. The city we saw from Emeralda's ruins. We've come a long way from there. Yes? Do you want anything other than food? Is it capable? Are you possible of thinking of anything other than food? Oh, okay. My mistake then. Now, the only thing I need to grant for right now is gear and gold. Okay, so, right. Also, we're an old militia now. Points if you get it. Where's north? Let's orient ourselves here. I tell you, I haven't combed you in a minute. Or not. Okay, yeah, he wants food. He rushed for the food dish. Didn't you? Here, comb, comb, comb. Be combed. A gameplay positive for an intuitive gameplay action which has not been tutorialized that the player realize they can do through gameplay. Yeah, that's called tutorialization. I'm not actually being facetious. That's just good tutorialization. I'll actually give you an example of that. Celeste. The very, very beginning of Celeste, there's several jumps you have to make. Right at the beginning, like literally first screen. You actually cannot make those jumps innately. So the game kind of encourages you to go for the jump, and when you fail at it, whoops. She didn't mean to do that. Whatever. When you fail at it, that's when you figure out how to dash, is because the game is like, hey, use the dash. And then a pop-up shows up if you didn't figure it out already. That's actually not a great example of that. The entirety of Mario World. These things hurt, my goodness. Yeah, someone spent a lot of time in this area. Yeah. Most of the Mario 1 review was spent on 1-1, I swear. That's a lie. It was mostly actually spent on World 8. But we spent a lot of time on 1-1. Right. I can't heal Gears. Of course I can't. I was gonna make a joke, but I don't want to sound actually mean. I'm gonna make the joke, but I don't actually mean this as a mean thing, okay? Behold, one of the best JRPG soundtracks of all time. Don't hate me. I'm just joking, I swear. There's been a lot of dungeons that have no music in this game. It's actually very strange. Like, an occasional dungeon, sure, but like, there's a lot of this. Yep, okay. Let's just, you're literally not worth the fuel. Let's just go. Okay, that's Deathblower 2. Thought I saw something. I guess not. Okay. Looks like we can get out of our gears and go in here on foot. Let's do it. They've got sushi. It looks like we can get out of our gears and go in here on foot. Oh, there's two. I did see something. Mario 1, I've said this before, and I stand on this firmly. Mario 1 invented level design in every way that matters. I have to give it credit for that. I don't know, Dream Whisperer. It was his first solo game, and that might have had something to do with it. An old-school RPG that stood out for making fight mechanics more complex and evolving them worth the time. So, a lot of RPGs, even JRPGs, would experiment with fights and kit and all kinds of things, but, like, really fleshing it out? I would say Legend of Dragoon qualifies for that. And Chrono Cross, which I'm pretty sure was after? When did Legend of Dragoon come out? Because I don't actually remember. $2000. So Chrono Cross beats it by barely. like 1 month or whatever. What's this movie? A record of the Zeboian culture that died out 4,000 years ago. Oh, there's Myong. Stop it. Who is this woman? It's Myong. Yeah, we got that. As she appeared in the Zeboian era, but I don't know who her host body was. She resided at the side of the Prime Minister, manipulating the world behind the scenes. To resurrect Deus? War were declared. In the beginning, yes, but later it was different. Many people then couldn't have children. They were defective humans, so she did it over again. Right before man was about to be killed out by war, a new being was born to foster the next generation. From the missiles in the mass driver facility, that was the most important thing to the Zeboian people. Is that we are now descendants of the few strong people who survived. A slipping economy, rising crime, urban blight, a nation of fanatics looking for their own living space, believing in religious sect leaders and gathering around totalitarian rulers. These people were cut off from the next generation thanks to the genetic damage. Have died out if left to their own devices. So Ellie and I took the hopes of the people and created Emeralda. What? No! No, I didn't mean to hit it again. Thank you, fast forward, for existing. Sorry. Oh, you know what? That's actually a good answer. Super Mario RPG does predate both of them. You know what? I'm gonna change my answer. SMRPG is probably the first one I can think of that really changed up combat. Or combat, unlike FF2. So I get your point, Pyro, but that's changing up leveling, not combat. I agree on the leveling point. May not enjoy it, but I agree on the point. Okay, anything else here? What's funny is Paper Mario actually did a much better job of the concept, but did not invent it. SMRPG did it. Dragon Quest. Something I talked about when we were covering it is it was actually considered revolutionary, at least among some circles, to have an entire party of characters in Dragon Quest II. The really funny thing is, all they did was take all of the abilities of the one character and split them amongst the party. I mentioned that because what they did as a consequence was unintentionally helped create what we nowadays refer to as the action economy. By splitting one character's moves across multiple characters, all of a sudden you can do multiple moves per round. And there you go. There's the basic precepts of what an action economy actually is. Then 3 came along and started actually playing around with allowing you to select what characters were. Class systems. Yes, I'm aware FF1 predates all of this. I'm just pointing it out. Come on, game. Let me jump over a pile of boxes. Looks like we can get out of our gears and go in here on foot. Thanks, Faye! So, for some reason... This is his theme, canonically now. How do you like my shop? Pretty good, huh? It's Joe's shop, so of course it's all Joe brand. Sure. So you can buy drives here. They are stupidly expensive. Like, I turbo cannot afford any of that. Yeah, he also sells drives. Think about that for a second. Joe sells drives. Really think about that. Damn. I forgot he sold the Omega stuff. The Omega stuff has very, very little fuel and insane output. You want to hear something embarrassing, Glittering? I did too. Whoa! That is a massive attack increase. It's also expensive as hell. Jesus Christ. And that makes your charge restore 500 fuel instead of 30. Sorry, I'm just reading a bit here. Just ignore it, Czar. You're just supposed to go forward immediately. Hey look, all of these Ellie weapons. I guess I can get rid of them now. Since, you know. Anyways. Why is this Joe's theme? I mean, really? Why is he here? I mean, the developers clearly like Joe a lot. I can't even equip that right now. I mean, he's the endgame vendor, to my knowledge. Other than that, I don't know. Sure, Valerian, because at this point I'm not sure we're actually going to find out. Interesting. And so he's just hanging out here because, I guess, you know, honestly, with the world ending, why not, right? Never mind. Question rescinded. Is this it? Okay, this is it. Yeah, where do you go when the world's ending? Exactly. Like I said, question rescinded. E-charger. What is this E-charger? Oh yeah. What's it doing other than being terrible, Para? Or perhaps more accurately, what is it doing to be terrible? Ah, charge restores just tons of fuel. Yeah, no, this place was developed much earlier in the development cycle, I guarantee it. You can just tell just from looking at it. Like, the detailing here is kind of high for a side quest area with, like, one bit of story significance and a small amount of loot. And the end game inventory. Shopkeep. God, I can't talk. Oh, that's weird, Pyro. Where are we? Congratulations, Ellie. Another year is coming past. Yes, Happy New Year, Kim. I don't know what it is, but just now you sounded like an old person speaking. No, well, this is the last year I never thought the... No, well, this time last year I never thought the war would come this far. Yes. We managed to get it by without getting involved. It's not over yet. Why, at this very moment, people are still dying. Let's stop talking about this. Let's not dwell on the past here, not the start of a new year. Yes, well, today at least I want to spend a day without worrying. Stupid idiots. Bunch of fools. Kim, you're too loud. I don't care if they hear me. All the people here are also fools. Kim, think about it. What's the purpose of fighting each other on such a tiny planet as this? Fighting out of fear of being hunted into a corner, rushing into a fight as if there was only so many reserved seats to the right of life. Starting a war is stupid. Inciting it is also stupid. Killing people as an act of terrorism or as a protest against wars that kill people is just as stupid. You're all fools. Kim, I felt sorry for that child. I don't think people in Ravine destroyed the generator with that intention. They don't have any other ways to express themselves. The government is the one to blame. Is that a good enough reason for that child? Or those dead people? It wasn't much of an operation. It was difficult, but there was enough chance to win. We'd have won if we had better equipment. A child would have been saved if there was electricity. It's not just that child. 5 people died in my hospital. The ICU didn't function. Stupid, just fools. Humans, creatures are meant to live. Why do they want to die out? Why do they strangle themselves? Humans are defective creatures, a bunch of fools. That's why genetic damage is up lately. The birth rate is also going down. Only 30 years to live. Nature, this planet, won't allow humans to live any longer than that. Am I a fool too? Huh? I had a physical at the hospital today. They said I can't have children because of hereditary genetic damage. I can't create life. I'm a creature waiting to become extinct. Am I also a fool? It's no good. It's not going to work. Somehow we must break the spell or the humans on this planet will die out. No, I don't care about humans. Life itself will be ruined if we don't do something. Some pure life, not cursed. A pure life. Of course he paints. This is the spirit vessel that will break the curse. Hasn't awakened yet. The form was created by nanomachines, but neural simulation hasn't been done by the assembler tower yet. It's physically stable, but still doesn't function as a living creature yet. A nanomachine colony. No matter how many times we rewrite the hereditary codes, the impressions embedded in our bodies cannot be stopped. It was necessary to pursue this further. We had to recreate the molecular, actually the atomic level, referring to the structural patterns of you and I. This child holds our futures and possibilities. Can this child be the angel who gives us more time? I remember. Long ago, you, Kim, died. Right before Town died. It's because soldiers of Town tried to use me. That's right. The memory in my soul. It was left in me for your sake. While I being held, Krelian told that the ultimate work of art that technology gave birth to. Yes, I knew I was a thing. Look, my body. Different from Maria, Margie, Ellie. Human imitation, but different. Kim and Ellie said I was Angel. Yes, you're the child I, or Kim, wished for. Kim has... By the way, this is one of the reasons why so many people mentioned that Zeboim was super duper advanced. Because they had nanotech. And as mentioned before, their nanotech was a key element for Deus advancing. Which implies that Deus did not have access to nanotech. And there you go. Kim had been a part of me, in my blood, passing his memory down the generations for the past 4,000 years. Existing for the day that the child, who Kim was never able to embrace for so long, would be born. Faye, thank you for being substitute Kim until now, but it's okay. I'd be strong and make Kim and Ellie proud that I their child. What? Faye? Body hot? Faye? Hold me tight. Don't let go. I got you, kiddo. Ah! Well, I had you. Faye? Body? I became adult. Adult, I not get in your way anymore. I mean, that would make sense. Easy, maybe. Myung always had her finger on the pulse of everything. Now, here's the funny thing. You remember how I mentioned that Emeralda has the best stat growth in the game? Other than optional stuff, there's no ground combat left, really. So, what's the point of that? I'm going to argue for the FF7 negative for this game. For giving us so much awesome stuff and kit so late in the game that we can't actually get use out of it. I do like that scene. We'll also get some positives. Let me out! Let me out! And on my Chrono Cross, there's no New Game Plus to mitigate. It's just, nope. And yeah, this whole area is turbo skippable. It's weird to think about. Oh no, it's the frog people. Emeralda, you know what to do. And apparently it's not air rods. Does she not have air rods? Huh. Probably Trikaji. Still a pittance of experience. No gold, though. That's what I really bothered with that for. Apparently, if I want to go farm gold, I'll be heading to the Doomman Republic. Not decided if I'm going to do that yet. I'm just glancing. Pretty much, at this point, I could just go straight to the final dungeon. And then, you know, final boss fights. The catch is, I'm not 100% sure I'm actually ready to go on that. Yeah, and I did not have the money to buy anything. No, I don't think I am, Evo. Yeah, I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do some off-camera grinding for gold, buy up some upgrades from Joe to kit out some gears. And I guess that's it. Tomorrow at 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, I'm going to be restreaming the Nintendo Direct. We'll finish this up after that.